Once again, it's state tournament time in Nebraska. And today, NET Sports brings you the state's top high school swimmers and divers. Hard work and dedication has brought them to the championship finals in Lincoln. And this afternoon, we'll see who goes home with the gold. The 2011 NSAA Swimming and Diving Championships are next on NET Sports. NET Sports, Nebraska's home for sports, is live from the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool in Lincoln, Nebraska for the 2011 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships. And hello again, everybody. I'm Larry Putney. Great to have you with us here at the Devaney Center pool for the final day of high school swimming in the state of Nebraska. Yesterday, a terrific day already, as state records have already fallen. Creighton Prep has taken a huge lead. Millard West is out in front on the girls' side, but lots to happen yet today, and we expect more records to tumble. My broadcast partner, former Big 8 swimmer Matt Rye. Matt, we take a look at some individual performances today. We could see more records fall.
Absolutely. On the girls' side, it's end of an era. The Kunkel family has made its mark on this state high school meet, and we have Christy Kunkel finishing off today with the top seed in the 200 and 500 free. For the other girl that I'd look for as a sleeper to move up, Emma O'Connell for Millard West. On the boys' side, we had a great day. 2 meet records set. Will Rayner set a meet record in that 100 backstroke, followed closely by Andre Wilt. And then we also had Ryan Meesh setting a meet record for Columbus in that 100 freestyle.
Should be a good day today. A lot of team races, maybe not to be decided, but certainly to keep an eye on from a historic perspective. For more on that, we go to former Husker coach, the other side of the pool. Here's Ray Huppert.
Larry, you're absolutely right. I'll tell you what, it may be cold and snowy outside, but inside it's humid, hot, and the teams are ready to roll. You know, Creighton Prep, hats off to Tom Beck, because he has created a dynasty, and there'll be nothing different than what we have today. But the team race is in for second and third. You take a look at East and you take a look at Papillion, La Vista. They both qualified 10. On the girls, again, Tracy Stauffer at Millard West, outstanding job. They're in the hunt again to win another championship. But when you look at second place, it's going to be a very tight race between Marion and Millard West. So we have an absolute great meet shaping up.
All right, thanks, Ray. We look forward to your reports all afternoon long. We're at the Devaney Sports Center pool in Lincoln, Nebraska. The state championships coming up next on NET Sports.
I don't take it.
Driving isn't worth your full attention.
What is?
A safety reminder from your Nebraska Department of Roads.
Animal agriculture is vital to Nebraska. Livestock production not only contributes to our food supply, but also helps our rural communities. Livestock provides revenue for schools, creates jobs, supports Main Street, and enhances the future for farm families. The Nebraska Soybean Board's Animal Agriculture Initiative works to encourage growth of responsible livestock enterprises to benefit agriculture and Nebraska.
Power Drive Electric Car program gives high school students a hands-on way to apply studies. Learn about electricity and energy efficiency, and develop skills that will benefit them throughout their lives. Nebraska Public Power District encourages students and teachers to get involved. Schools have the power to make it happen. For information on Power Drive, visit oppd.com or nppd.com.
This is NET Television, available in high definition.
Have you considered arranging an estate gift to NET? Now, your legacy can live on through NET sports programs made possible by your gift to the NET Endowment. You can ensure that future Nebraskans continue to enjoy college and high school sports action that only NET delivers. Call me personally to discuss your estate gift to the NET Foundation.
NET Sports coverage of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships is being carried live over the internet, so if you have friends or family who would love to watch today's state finals and they don't have access to NET, just have them log on to netnebraska.org, click on the live webcast tab. They'll be able to watch all of the action live over their home computer. Not only border to border in the state of Nebraska, but worldwide on the web from NET Sports. Great to be with you here this afternoon along with Matt Rye, Ray Huppert. I'm Larry Putney, getting set for state high school championships at the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool. The culmination of a lot of hard work from these young athletes who spent countless hours in the pool, and we will kick it off with the first event of the day, the girls 200-yard medley relay. In lane 3 will be Scotts Bluff. This the consolation final. Columbus in lane 4. Scott Mount Michael in lane 5. Lane 6 will be Lincoln Southeast. Elkhorn South in lane 7, and Lincoln Northeast will be at the bottom of your screen in lane 8.
And Larry, these relays are very important. First of all, the points are double the individual races, so it's real important for these teams to get off to a good start. And psychologically, we'll see in that final heat, there's going to be a good showdown between Deschênes and Millard West to get this meet kicked off in the right way and be on their way to a championship.
So this is the race for 7th through 12th for scoring in the relays. The winner of this would receive 14 team points. Second place receives 10, and so on. 8, 6, 4, and 2 for that team race.
And that's a good point, Larry, because you want to win this consolation final and pick up those extra 4 points over the second place team. So there's a lot of strategy going here, and I might add, the coaches have the ability to change their lineup, that they submit 8 swimmers on their lineup and they can swim 4. And it can be a different 4 for the final than it was for yesterday's preliminary round.
Those swimmers in the water for the start of this 200-yard medley relay. Stroke order, backstroke, then they go to the breast, then fly, and the free. That's the order of the stroke. Each swimmer swimming 50 yards down and back. Underway at the 2011 Boys and Girls State High School Swimming and Diving Championships.
You'll see a big transition swimmer to swimmer that we're going to see all 4 strokes here. The backstroke leg is in the water now. There'll be a big transition in each of these legs depending on the strength of that particular team. So, you know, don't count a team out just because they aren't in the leader in the race at this point.
The leader is Lincoln Southeast. That Southeast team comprised of Meredith Weckeser, Alexis Lucy, Lillian Heinrichs, Emma Magson, Amanda Horner, Patricia Morrow, Claire Hippel, and Sarah Wexner.
Meredith Weckeser gave Southeast a nice lead on that opening leg, but here we're seeing the other teams come into the fold, and we're going to see a lead change here coming into that butterfly leg.
In lane 5, that's Scott Mount Michael with a slight lead, but a very tight field, top to bottom, as they turn it over to the fly.
Larry, you also notice that when they transition to the different strokes, they have the ability to be stretched out completely over the water as long as their toes are still on the block. It's a legal start when the swimmer touches.
Out in front in lane 5, still Scott Mount Michael opening up that lead.
And this is where it's really important to have a lead going into that freestyle leg. It's nice to have some clean, open water swimming that freestyle leg.
Down and back for the winner of the consolation final in the girls 200 medley relay. Still in lane 5, Scott Mount Michael with the lead.
Keep an eye on Columbus. That's the Mish freshman swimming for Columbus coming up in 4, and I think she might get her.
And did. Columbus in lane 4. What a swim by the young freshman.
Laura Mish, we're going to see her brother, who is the top seed in both the 50 and 100 freestyle, but Laura just made a mark right there on the relay, winning that consolation final for Columbus.
So Columbus picks up the 14 points for finishing first in the consolation final. All those who qualified for state swimming yesterday on Friday, and then based on time, qualifying for either the consolation final or this coming up next, the championship final. And so here are your competitors for the 200 medley relay championship final. In lane 3, Marion. Ralston Omaha Gross is in. Duchesne is in 5. Millard West in lane 6. Pius the 10th in lane 7. And Westside in lane 8.
And Larry, Ray mentioned Marion being vying for second place. What he meant to say was Westside, and Westside had a great day yesterday. They set it up nicely. We'll see them on that outside lane closest to the camera. I think they have a chance to really make a move, and they want to start it off on this medley relay.
Duchesne in lane 5, best time from yesterday. They'll start out with Alex Balunas, the senior, finished 3rd last year in this event. Your defending champion Millard West, they also hold the state record set back in 2003. That will likely not get touched today.
Well, I'll tell you, this is going to be a tough feat. If Millard West, by some chance, could take out Duchesne on this opening relay, psychologically, that would be huge. Aaron Olgen had a nice leg there.
And now it is Karen Ilg for Millard West, right there with Brianna Lawrence for Omaha Duchesne. So Duchesne and West side by side in 5 and 6. West opening up that lead thanks to the swim of Karen Illig.
Well, and on the outside, Omaha Marion is still in this race, vying for that second place.
Omaha Marion finished 2nd in this event last year. Well out in front, into the fly now is Millard West.
How would you like to be Brooke Stillmock taking Shannon Guy's place, swimming that 50 fly leg, and she's doing a wonderful job. As I indicated in that consolation, look at the open water that Millard West has at this point. That's a huge advantage going into the freestyle with no turbulence in the water as they enter.
Now for the final leg into the pool for Millard West, Faith Daly, the senior. Well out in front, to her right in second, Omaha Duchesne. That swim by Janelle Jarrett, a sophomore. But this is all Millard West. Faith Daly. And Daly touching first in a time of 1:47.69. Duchesne finishing 2nd, followed by Marion and Ralston Gross. Great way to open it up for Millard West.
You bet, you bet. Nothing better than making that mark on the medley relay, picking up the double points, and it gives these girls confidence going into those individual events. As they come into the finish, it was a very nice finish, fully stretched out. Looking good.
So a good start for Tracy Stauffer's team. They lost only Guy and Pingali off of last year's winning relay. So now let's move on to the boys' side. Event number 2, the boys 200-yard medley relay. This is the consolation final. So in lane 3, Papillion La Vista. Bellevue West is in 4. Elkhorn South in 5. West Side is in lane 6. Lincoln Southwest in 7. And Omaha Burke in lane 8. Very one-sided race for the team championship on the boys' side, and we'll see Creighton Prep coming up in the championship final with an eye on a state record.
Well, I think Prep has the ability to set a state record in each of those relays that we're going to see today, as well as a scoring record for the team.
Testament to that team after being the first team ever in the history of high school swimming to score 400 points in a meet last year, that they could break their own record this year. It's a phenomenal team that Tom Beck has this year. And here in the consolation final, Elkhorn South in lane 5, out front.
We've got a great consolation final, very close race with all 4 teams right now.
Lane 6, that's Omaha West Side. Bellevue West is in lane 4. Still in the middle of your screen and leading.
You know, remember, it wasn't that long ago we had Elkhorn teaming up with West Side before they had their team established. Look at how far they've come in that short period of time leading this consolation final.
Stein, Overman, Hayes, Nelson, Kinnebeck, Sewell, Holmes, and Kirkland make up that Elkhorn South squad, all 8 swimmers. Of course, coaches choosing 4, 1 for each leg of those 8. Well, here in the third leg, or the fly, and still that lead by Elkhorn South. They had the best time here in the consolation final, better than 2 seconds faster than anyone else.
Well, I'd say Elkhorn has command of this race going into the turn on the freestyle. It's still anybody's race for second, but it sure looks to me like Bellevue West is trying to take command in lane 4.
Bellevue West in 4, West Side in 6, the battle for second.
West Side right at the finish.
So touching first, Elkhorn South, followed by Omaha, West Side, and Bellevue West. So it was that last kick by West Side that gave them second in this consolation final.
Nick Bowens had a great freestyle leg for West Side. Excellent swim to put him into that second place position. Here we'll see at the finish, it's real important to time the finish on that wall, that you don't come up short where you're having to do a half stroke onto the wall, and at the same time you don't want to glide in because you're fast for moving the arms through the water.
So consolation final won by Elkhorn South. Now we go to our first champions of the day.
Hey,
Millard West down to Ray.
Guys, thank you. Millard West champions right away in the 200 medley relay. Of course, we have backstroker Aaron Ilgen, breaststroker Karen Illig, butterflyer Brooke Stilmach, and freestyler Faith Daly. Aaron, you had a tough race right there. You were neck and neck with the girl in lane 5. What was on your mind trying to get out?
I was just trying to get us a lead if I could do that, but it was a great race.
Of course, Karen, you really opened it up on breaststroke, splitting 29.9 unofficially. How'd you feel about that?
I felt good. I knew we needed to get a little bit of a lead on my leg in order for us to be confident going into the finish. So I just did what I could.
Hey, Brooke, when you're that far out in the lead, what do you go through? What goes through your mind?
I just wanted to keep the lead for us, and I did give it my all.
And Faith, tell me about the starts, because to me in a relay, starts are so important. How long have you guys been working on them?
We've been working on it for a while. He has us practice it all the time so we can get it down right and be good for the relays.
Congratulations to our champions from Millard West, the winners in the 200 medley relay. Ladies, are you ready for the headbutt? All right, go get your medal. Nice job.
And we'll see that shortly from Tracy Stauffer. Millard West now has won 4 of the last 5 medley relays at the state championship. So obviously Tracy Stauffer doing something right there with this relay team.
Well, they are, and the thing that Millard West has going for them is that depth. We're going to see where Duchesne lacks. Duchesne has some great relays. They will have a good 200 medley, a good 200 free relay, but they had the second seed coming in the 400 free relay, and yet they couldn't even make it to the finals. So that's where the depth of a Millard West really pays off. He's got a girls top to bottom that can fill these relay spots to keep them in that first place finish.
There you see Tracy Stauffer putting the medals on his Millard West squad, and the traditional headbutt from the former football coach. They're not wearing helmets, Coach. Takes it a little easier than he used to. Remember the old days?
Yeah, he said the first time he did it, he maybe wasn't thinking about not having a helmet. He hit the guy pretty hard. He might have gotten a little dizzy. He softened it up a bit, especially for our girls.
Well, there's your champ, the Wolverines from Millard West. Tracy Stauffer's club at the time of 147.69. They take 32 points total for that relay win. Duchesne finishing second, Marion in third, Ralston Gross in fourth, Pius 10th and 5th, and Westside in 6th.
Hey, take note of Lincoln Pius getting 5th. They are a new team. This is only their 3rd year of swimming, and we're seeing their relays make it into that top 6.
So now to the final on the boys' side, 200 medley relay. Millard South is in lane 3, Kearney is in 4, Prep is in 5. That's the team to watch. Millard West is in lane 6, Lincoln East in 7, and Lincoln Southeast will be in lane 8. Prep has won or tied for the title in this race 4 consecutive years. And I say tied because, oddly enough, they've had 2 dead heats in the last 4 years in this race. Creighton Prep tied Westside back in 07 and Lincoln East in 09.
It is perennially the race that everybody wants to start the meet with and go after. I don't think we're going to have a close race today, though. It's going to be Prep right from the beginning. I like that stand-up start that these backstrokers like to use. They keep their back straight on the blocks and get pretty good distance out in the water.
Take note of that state championship record time, because Creighton Prep will push that time of 1:33.12, which they set last year.
Well, Andre Wilt is smoking out there in the lead.
Wilt and Millard South, that's Robert Glover, a young swimmer with exceptional talent as well. Here's Hansen swimming second for Creighton Prep.
Spencer Hansen, this is the leg that Creighton Prep really would like to see Spencer extend the lead, and he's got a great race going right now.
Well out in front, opening it up is Hansen, the senior from Creighton Prep. Lost only Nick Bowens off of that record that they set last year in last year's team. Now it is Zach Gober.
Well, and Zach's got to build on that. I think Spencer had a good leg on his breaststroke. It's going to be close. I'm not sure that we're going to see a meet record here in this race. It's going to be very close. It'd be down to that freestyle leg.
Up top, Millard South in second. Carney
Great
is in
start
third.
on that freestyler. He was fully extended. He got a great relay exchange.
Bowens
Nick
bringing it home.
Down at the finish. It's going to be real close.
1:33.12 is the time we're looking at. Bowens touches in a new state
We've got
record.
a new meet record.
1:32.37, a new meet record for Prep.
I'll tell you what, that relay exchange that Nick had going into the freestyle was huge. It gave him great momentum coming down right at the finish, high in the water. He couldn't have hit that wall any more perfect.
So Bowens, Nick Bowens brings it home for Creighton Prep, and a state record to start it off. What a way to start the state championships, and I think we're going to see a few more of those out of those Prep guys this afternoon. I'll be getting next weekend exclusively on NET television. It's the 2011 NSAA Girls and Boys State Basketball Championships. Live from the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln, all the action brought to you in beautiful high def. The girls finals next Saturday, the boys finals 1 week later on March 12th. And be sure to join us. And remember, you can only watch this year's NSAA high school basketball tournaments right here, exclusively on NET television, because we're Nebraska's home for sports. So now time for the girls' 200-yard free consolation. Shea Marcinski in lane 3, Alexa Gross is in 4, Amy Fisher in 5, Trinity Counter in lane 6, Carly Nelson of Lincoln East is in 7, and Claire Mueller of Millard West in lane 8.
Keep your eye on Amy Fisher in lane 5. She's a freshman at Southwest. And I got to tell you, Amy is one of those swimmers that she may not look like she has the physical tools, although she's got great height. But I'll tell you, the one thing Amy does have is she knows how to work hard, and she does know how to race. So she's having a great meet her freshman year.
A couple of freshmen in this field. Shea Marcinski from Millard West at the top of your screen in lane 3, also a freshman, sophomore, and Alexa Gross.
You'll see all of the swimmers crouched down except for Amy. Some swimmers believe by standing upright they can take a little bit of an advantage coming down slower.
And Claire Mueller, also a freshman at the bottom of the screen. So 2 freshmen from Millard West in this consolation final on the outsides in lane 3 and lane 8. So this the 200-yard free.
Well, and I tell you what's hard is when you qualify 7th, you feel like you missed out, and you feel like you should be in that championship final. And so swimmers really have a choice to make when they're in this consolation. Am I going to fight and maintain that position and make a mark? Or am I going to fold and feel like I got cheated out and somebody else is going to come along and win that consolation final? So we'll see a little bit of that today in each of these races.
Fisher finishing just 0.3 of a second out of that championship final. So obviously you look and you think that close.
It's a good thing they go down to the 100th on those pads because they need it in these races.
We're not kidding. So a tight race. Fisher there in lane 5 and 6. Trinity Counter from Scotts Bluff, the junior, has just overtaken Fisher and now with a slight lead.
Boy, all 4 swimmers are still in this race, and typically it's that third 50 that really kind of determines the overall race. A lot of times you'll see somebody try to make their move, as we're seeing in lane 6. Trinity Counter is trying to edge a lead, but Amy is holding her off at this point.
So now they're into the final 50.
Still all 4 right in that race.
Lanes 4, 5, and 6. Gross, Fisher, Counter. Marion Southwest Scotts Bluff. The slight lead maybe up in lane 4 now by Alexa Gross from Omaha Marion.
Well, and Lindsay, you'll see Alexa, she's starting to bring the legs in for the finish.
Tight race to the finish. Consolation final of the 200, touch first by Omaha Marion's Gross. Fisher second, Counter is third, followed by Nelson from Lincoln East.
I'll tell you, Alexa had a great final 25 coming right off the wall. She did a great job, brought in that kick in the legs right at the finish. Nice swim. Hands went up over the top of the pad a little bit, but there was an excellent finish for Alexa.
So that the girls' consolation final, 200-yard free. We have state record holders with Ray.
Well, I'll tell you what a great swim out of Creighton Prep. State record holders with a time of 1:32:37. Guys, what an outstanding job. Backstroke, Andre Wilt. Breaststroke was Steve Hansen. Butterfly, Zach Gober. And freestyle, the anchor, Nick Bowens. And let me start with you, Andre. You know, both you and Steve have been working, 3 years in a row off each other.
Yeah.
You guys are pretty good.
Yeah, we have our exchanges down to a T, and we're brothers for life. That's all I can say.
Steve, what's it like for you on the breaststroke? I think we had an unofficial split 25-3. Boy, you just jumped right out in the lead. It's got to be nice swimming in clear water.
Yeah, well, Andre out there going really fast just gives me that clean water, and it's easy to just get out there and get on top of the water and go fast. And I really enjoy having him on the backstroke there. It's really nice for that relay exchanges as well.
Zach, tell me a little about the butterfly leg, because, you know, when you're coming off the turn, you're hitting everybody's wake. What does that feel like?
You know, I just I stay under as long as I can and then break up in my breakout stroke and go long and strong all the way to the wall.
And Zach, you got a special hello, don't you?
Yes, I do. I just like to say hi, Dad. Thanks for watching me over in Qatar.
Good for you. And Nick, freestyle, bringing it back 20.6. You got to be really happy.
It was unbelievable. That's my fastest time. I love it.
Congratulations to Creighton Prep, our champions and record holders of a 1:32:37.
A great reaction there from Nick Bowens, not only on the interview with Ray, but in the pool after he realized his time. And also should mention Zach Gober's dad overseas, serving our country.
Both mom and dad are in the military, and I'm sure Dad is tuning in live on the internet, and say thank you to you and to all the military for serving our country.
So congratulations to the Creighton Prep boys, who have set a new state record for the second consecutive year. Last year, the time of 1:33:12. They broke their own record here this afternoon.
Well, and I'll tell you, that puts them well on their way to that team title and to the point title. You never say never, but I got to believe that this could be the year that the point total for Creighton Prep can't be matched. You reach a certain point that how do you score anymore? And Creighton Prep has to be nearing that point with today's meet.
Well, a phenomenal 28 swimmers in the finals for Creighton Prep, and they could put up a number that will never, ever, as you said, Matt, be touched again. And there is the new state record, 1:32:37. So let's take a look at the results then. The finals in the boys 200 medley. Prep winning it with a new state record time. Millard South in second. Kearney is in third. Southeast in fourth. Wolverines of Millard West finishing fifth, and the Spartans finishing sixth.
Was nice to see Kearney in that third place position, see some out-state teams making a move.
So now to the girls 200 free final. Miranda Block Bowler from Grand Island in lane 3. Lindsay Phelps of Papillion La Vista in 4. Christy Kunkel, Omaha Marion in lane 5. Molly Kroger, West Side is in 6th. Emma O'Connell from Millard West in 7. And Taylor Cordy Brynell Talbot in 8.
I've got to work hard to say Christy Kunkel. For years, her sister Kelly swam in this meet as well. But I'll tell you, both of these girls are great swimmers, as well as their brother Billy. So we talk about the end of an era. The Kunkel era is ending today with Kelly's final swim.
Well, no pressure for Christy. Christy has won this the last 2 years. Her sister Kelly won the 2 previous to that. So this title has been in the Kunkel family for 4 consecutive years. This is the last time that it would stay. It would be 5 straight if Kunkel can win today. And adding even more to that, you take a look at what Marion has done in this event overall. Marion has won 12 consecutive 200-yard free titles, 12 in a row.
Hey, but look at the surprise in the water right now. Emma O'Connell has made a strategy decision in this 200 freestyle. She is just attacking this race. She's got a huge lead at the 100. She's made a conscious decision to try to just go after it and hang on, but here comes Christy Kunkel in lane 5.
Kunkel, the only one of these 6 that was in the final last year, and Emma O'Connell did go out strong. Kunkel has closed that gap in lane 5.
Well, and Emma was that swimmer that we targeted before the meet as a swimmer who could make a move today. This is where it really gets tough. She's got to be hurting for that final 50. They're head-to-head going in at the 150. My race would be with Christy Kunkel for that final 50, and look at her move.
So Christy Kunkel now opening it up in the final 50, and she'll turn for home. The final 25 for the 5th consecutive title for the Kunkel family in this event. Last year she won it in a time of 1:53.68. This year she'll touch in a time of 1:52.4. 1:52.4 for Kunkel. O'Connell finishing second, Kroger in third.
Great race for Christy. You know, it's very difficult. I guarantee you, she saw on the outside Emma O'Connell just blasting out in front. It'd be real easy to panic, but look at her right down to the finish, just like a machine, and hitting the wall first.
You take a look at some of the other swimmers in that streak, that 13 consecutive years. It goes all the way back to Jen Kocius, who holds the state record. She won 3 straight. Beth Roach won it, Lisa Hansen, Katie Eckholt, I'll remember her, and then, of course, the Kunkel sisters, 13 in a row for Marion.
Well, Marion's got it loaded with those freestylers, and again, that's an important place to start because that loads your 200 and 400 free relays as well.
So now on the guys' side, this is the consolation final for the boys. Kevin Bolt, Millard West is in lane 3. Cody Andrews from West Side in 4. Millard North's Kevin Falk is in lane 5. Jack Turman at Papillion La Vista in 6. Alexander Cusick from East in 7. And Austin Hall of Norfolk in lane 8.
This is going to be a fun race. I really think, you know, for years we talk about that mark of Chuck Sharp going to 139.24 set back in 1977. Larry, I don't know if it's a physical barrier of breaking 140 and getting down to 139 low, or whether it's a mental barrier. But any way you look at it, this has been the record most difficult for the boys swimmer to break. We've had swimmers in the past with the physical abilities to set the record, and they haven't. We got 2 guys coming up in that next heat that both of them could go under that record. We'll see what happens.
Side by side in lanes 5 and 6, Falk and Turman. Millard North and Papillion La Vista. You're right, though, a 34-year-old record still stands. Back in 1977, Chuck Sharp set it. And it should be one heck of a race coming up in the finals of this event to see if that can be broken.
Extending a nice lead there in lane 6. Turman for Papillion La Vista just really taking command of this race and out on his own at the 150 mark.
Turman just a sophomore.
The freshman from East making a nice move there for second for Lincoln East out in lane 7.
Alex Cusack. But heading toward home, Jack Turman. of Papillion La Vista.
Herman's got it locked up, but let's see the race for second. See if Kuzak can hang on to that second place finish.
And he does. Kuzak from Lincoln East was second. Turman touches in first. Falk is in third. Andrews in fourth, followed by Bolt and Hall.
Well, let's hope this leads into the championship final. Both of these swimmers dropped nice times from the prelims. Excellent finish for Turman. About a 2-second drop from yesterday's swim.
So congratulations to Jack Turman winning that consolation final for Papillion La Vista. And Ray is with a 3-time state champ, Christy Kunkel.
Well, you know, guys, when you say 200 free, I say Kunkel. 5 times between you and your sister. What a wonderful job, Christy. Now you can have one up on your sister. Your sister, of course, won 2. You've just won 3. Yeah. Your time, 152 plus. That's your best time ever.
Yeah, it is.
You know, and even more than that, we talk about, and the girls say we talk about Millard West, but the points for Marion, this is huge for you guys for the team race.
Yeah, we all just wanted to go out as fast as we could today and see what we can do.
Now, let me ask you, on the 100 free, Emma O'Connell really took off.
Exactly.
She split about a 52. Did you see her out there?
Yeah, I saw her and I was like, oh my gosh.
But
I tried to swim my own race and see what I could do.
And of course, you split your race pretty evenly, 27.9 on the second 50 to a 29.7 on the fourth 50, and that's your plan, correct?
Yep.
Tell me what's coming up next for you.
I'm swimming the 500.
Okay. All right, so you've got a little break before so you can swim down and get ready.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, congratulations
Thank you.
on a great swim, on a great career. It's not over with. You keep it going.
Thank you.
Guys, our champion in the 200 freestyle for the 3rd time, Christy Kunkel, Omaha Marion.
Reminds you a lot of her sister Kelly, doesn't she?
Well, it does,
Yep.
you know, and I got to tell you, having the pleasure to be around this family for many years, the Kunkel family, I think, sets a great example for all families in sports, that mom and dad are just very supportive of their kids. While everybody's competitive, they don't have the expectations of their kids getting first place. They have the expectations of their kids doing their best, working hard, and really being good sportsmanship. And all of the Kunkel swimmers have epitomized that. We're going to miss these Kunkel swimmers in the years to come, but they have made their mark.
So here's a look at the final standings. Christy Kunkel wins it. Emma O'Connell in second. Molly Kroger third. Lindsay Phelps fourth. Taylor Cordy in fifth. And Miranda Block-Buller finishes in sixth. Drum roll, please, as we head to the 200-yard free championship final, and what a final this would be. 4 of these 6 guys were in the final last year. 3 of the top times in the history of the state are in this final heat. Miles Hector in lane 3, Andrew Nelson in 4, Caleb Sherman in 5, Pat Milletti is in 6, Robert Gastick in 7, Blake Frederick in lane 8.
Well, that's right, Larry, and you know, both Pat Milletti and Caleb Sherman can set a meet record here. Let's just hope we can get it done. Caleb was out a little bit fast yesterday. He might have been a little bit excited. We'd like to see him settle down and take that first 100 out, maybe even a little bit slower. But right off the bat, look at his legs. He's showing a lot of leg strength here in that first 50. Let's hope he can maintain that.
Out early in lane 5, that is Caleb Sherman. Pat Milletti is your defending champ. He is in lane 6. So it's really a battle between these 2 Creighton prep guys. But if you look, there are 4 prep swimmers in this final.
I like Caleb's rhythm here in that first 50. We're out about 3/10 slower, and I think that's where he needs to be to get down to that 139 mark. He looks real strong. Nice stroke rate coming into the wall at the 100.
100 burned, 100 to go.
We're 6/10 slower. Would have liked to have seen that at about 48.3, but we're still right at that mark. Let's see what this third 50 will hold.
Caleb Sherman opening it up a bit. Pat Milletti in second.
The kick's getting a little bit stronger coming into the wall at the 150 mark, and we're seeing Pat Malitti come into the race.
Andrew Nelson is in third. He finished third last year from Kearney in lane 4. But we're watching in lane 5, Caleb Sherman.
I don't think we're going to have a meet record here unless we've got a great 25, but I think he could be right at the 139 mark coming in at the wall.
So here is Sherman, Caleb Sherman in lane 5. We'll watch his touch time, a time of 139.7, so he goes under 140, but does not get the record. Finishing in second is Maletti, Nelson in third. They finish 1, 2, 3.
Well, I tell you, Caleb, you got to feel good about that swim. There's not many guys that get under 140, and in the state of Nebraska, there have not been very many, and they've gone on to great things. So feel good about that swim, and I think that's just a tough mark to get down to 139 low. That's going to be a record that stands for a long time.
34 years to date, and still standing now is Sherman with that 139.7, posts an automatic All-American qualifying time. NET Sports coverage of the 2011 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals are brought to you in part by the Nebraska Soybean Board, encouraging the use of renewable biodiesel fuels for a healthier environment. For information, nebraskasoybeans.org. By the Nebraska Public Power District, applauding the dedication, teamwork, and sportsmanship of Nebraska's high school athletes. And by Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. So girls 200-yard IM. This is the consolation final. Brianne Lawrence in 3. Krista Van Wee in 4. Larry Reedy in 5. In lane 6, Taylor Counter. 7, Carly Wallmeyer. And Casey Thurman in lane 8.
You know, the IM is just a fun race because these swimmers have got to be proficient in all 4 strokes. And here again, much like the medley relay, you'll see big transitions and lead changes throughout the race. You'll have a butterflyer take command of the race early, but then the backstroker, breaststroker, freestyler can move themselves into contention as the race goes on. That's Mary Luddy for Millard North, your current leader, and she's got a nice lead going into that backstroke turn.
So still out in front in this consolation final in lane 5, Mary Luddy, freshman from Millard North.
The breaststroke is typically where we'll really see the race evolve here. We'll see if Mary can maintain that lead in the breaststroke lane. I think we've got a close race for second. I think it's where we're going to see somebody take command and move out in front on this breaststroke leg.
Still out in front in lane 5.
Starting to extend a second place lead there in lane 6. That's Taylor Counter for Scotts Bluff. She's got a nice even stroke, looking very easy coming into the wall for the freestyle leg.
So now the final 50. Still out in front.
I think
Millard North, Mary Luddy.
Mary's got a solid freestyle that I think she's got command of this consolation final. There's nobody that's going to touch her there, but look at the second place swimmer trying to hang on after that great breaststroke leg.
So Mary will touch first in this consolation final for Millard North. So the freshman wins the consolation final. Counter finishing second, followed by Van Wee and Wallmeyer.
Coming in at the finish, real important, keep it right down the middle, extend the arm for the nice finish.
Now let's go back down poolside with Ray Huppert and another state champ.
Another state champion for Creighton, Caleb Sherman. Congratulations, Caleb. Caleb, what a great swim. I mean, first time under 140 for you, so close to the record.
Yeah.
How'd that swim feel?
Oh, it felt really good, smooth and fast and strong. So.
Well, you talk about smooth. We had you out in a 23-2, and then your splits were 25-4, 25-5, 25-6. You can't get much smoother and even than that.
Thank you.
Now, tell me about that 200, because as we get in the modern day, it's getting closer and closer to being a sprint.
Yeah.
Do you sprint right from the start, or do you try and hold a little back?
I try to sprint right away. I mean, it's becoming a sprint, like you said, so you want to get out in front right away.
And tell me about the breathing pattern in the 200. Do you try and settle into something?
I just breathe as much as I can because I know it's going to be a long race.
Exactly. Well, what a great swim. Congratulations getting under the 140 mark. Our champion, Caleb Sherman.
Thank you.
So once again, another prep swimmer at the top of the medal stand. And they just continue to open up that lead. 4 prep swimmers in the finals of this event. 4 on the stand. As Pat Mellitti just announced.
I think Tom Beck needs to politic to get an 800 free relay added to the high school schedule. He's got 4 horses that could carry that race very nicely.
And there's Sherman being introduced to the medal stand.
And I'll make a prediction for Caleb. Once you break that 140 mark, it's almost like a barrier. The next stop will be 138, you know, and I think he's going to have a great college career and do real well.
Handshake from his head coach, Tom Beck. Prep on their way to setting an all-time scoring record for the boys high school state meet. So there's Caleb Sherman finishing first. Yes, it says William. Caleb is his preferred name. Pat Mellitti is second, Andrew Nelson third, Rob Gasnick fourth, Miles Hector fifth, and Blake Frederick of Southeast finishing sixth. So now time for the girls' individual medley final. This Lauren Pavel of Omaha Mount Michael in lane 3. Kira Lindholm, your defending state champ, in lane 4. Karen Illig in lane 5. Catherine Lincoln in 6. Sylvia Coleman is in 7. And Sophia Nelson, the bottom of your screen, in lane 8.
Larry, I think this is going to be a great race. Our top seed in lane 5, I think is the favorite to win, Illig, but watch Kira Lindholm right next to her in lane 4 from Marion. Coming down to the backstroke, Kira could have a nice lead. If she has enough of a lead, I think she'll win this race.
All 4 of the top finishers, top 4 from last year, return. You see the state record. Karen Chris set it back in 2006. Last year, Lindholm won it. Illig finished second, Lincoln third, and Coleman finished fourth. All 4 in this race today.
Different philosophies. Kira Lindholm did not shave and wore slower suits yesterday. We'll see how that comes out today, but right from the start, Illig has taken command. Watch this backstroke leg, though. Kira Lindholm, she is a backstroker and would expect her to take a lead on this leg of the race.
Illig in lane 5, Lindholm in 4. Touching almost at the same time on this backstroke leg, and now taking advantage and beginning to pull away is Lindholm in 4.
That is a huge lead for Kira to take going into the breaststroke, and I got to tell you, Kira's got a great breaststroke as well. We'll see if Illig in lane 5 can make a move on that lead.
Illig about 3 seconds faster than the field in the prelims yesterday, a time of 2:09.23. Right now it's Lindholm, though.
Kira Lindholm, very solid breaststroke leg to this point. They have closed, Karen Illig has closed the gap slightly, but I'm just not sure if that's enough going into the freestyle. It's going to be tough.
Battle for third between Lincoln and Coleman. So now they touch for the final 50.
When you're the defending state champion in this race, who wants it more?
Lindholm in 4, Illig in 5. Lindholm from Marion, Illig, Millard West.
Nice turn on Kara Lindholm in lane 4.
And Lindholm holding on to that lead. Illig will not catch her. Lindholm touching first, a time of 2:08.12, followed by Illig, Lincoln, and Coleman.
That's a 4-second drop for Kara from yesterday's prelim to today. Again, she was not shaved, did not wear the fast suit yesterday. She came in today looking real good. Look at this finish, straight arm, and to the first place to defend that 200 IM title. Great race for Kara Lindholm.
Well, Nebraska's top high school bowlers competed for the state championships a few weeks ago, and NET Sports was there to capture all the action, so be sure to be with us tomorrow morning as we bring you the 2011 Boys High School Bowling Championships, taped at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. The action begins tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central. We hope you had a chance to see the girls' final last weekend, so now it's the boys' turn. That's tomorrow morning. Don't miss the exciting strikes and spares and all the action right here on NET Sports, Nebraska's home for sports. So Lindholm wins her second straight state championship in the 200-yard IM. Out of the boys, consolation IM. Gensler in lane 3. Stein is in 4. Garrett Cadat is in 5 from Ralston Gross, the senior. Vanessa in lane 6. Luddy is in 7, and Reiners in lane 8 from Lincoln East.
Nice broad mix of schools represented in this consolation final. We've got, you know, everything from Omaha Central to Lincoln East to Roncalli.
Well, boys, 200-yard IM. Should mention earlier with Caleb Sherman's time, automatic All-American qualifying time. This year in the past, they've always recognized the top 130 high school athletes as All-American. This year it's 100. So the top 100 being recognized as All-American, and Sherman posting the automatic time.
That's a big accomplishment. State of Nebraska, we don't have a large population, but I'll tell you, we're holding our own in this high school swimming championship.
In lane 5, that's Garrett Cadat of Ralston Gross, just a freshman.
You know, one thing we talked to the coaches about was there's a big change here the last 2 years now is they have a girls session and a boys session in the preliminaries. This has really impacted the lineups that the coaches put together. No longer can they have a swimmer go back-to-back races because there simply is not enough time between those races to be able to rest, recuperate, and come back for that second race. So we're seeing that impact the lineups greatly. Hats off to Nebraska. The pool looks great. The facility looks fantastic. But the reality is Nebraska needs a new facility with larger seating capacity so we can go back to that combined prelim boys and girls final.
Still out in front is Cadat, the freshman. A race and battle in lane 6 and lane 3 for second. Gensler and Vanessa.
You know, the other thing we were talking about, the split of boys and girls. Nature takes its course. There's a huge difference in the dynamics between the boys and girls session. That testosterone gets going when the boys start up in the afternoon, and the place is about ready to explode when it's just boys.
Great job by York to close the gap from Omaha Central, but touching first is Garrett Cadat from Ralston Gross. So Cadat taking that consolation final in the boys' 200-yard IM.
Here at the finish, you'll see him right down the middle. A little bit of a glide right in. The Ralston Gross swimmer right into the wall nicely to maintain that first place finish of the consolation.
Gensler in 3rd, Stein in 4th, and Ray is poolside again with the champ.
Yes, a two-time champ, by the way, Kara Lindholm from Omaha Marion. Kara, you won it last year. You were not going to get beat this year, were you?
Well, I anything can happen, but I really wanted it this year, and I thought I had it in me to get it again, so.
You know, I've always considered the individual medley as one of the toughest events because of the transition from butterfly to back to breast, breast to free. Tell me, what is your toughest transition?
Probably the backstroke to breaststroke, just because you're getting so much air and then you touch on the backstroke and you have to push off and be underwater for your pull-out. So that's pretty tough, but I try and work on them, so yeah.
How'd you feel your turns were today?
I don't really remember, to be honest. I just kind of remember brief things, but I thought my turns were pretty good, so.
You know, let me ask you this, because a lot of the champions tell me that they really aren't aware of who's in the event and where they are. Do you swim your own race, or are you very much aware of your competition?
I really don't try and pace off anybody. I mostly just focus on the water in my lane, and you know, sometimes on a turn or something I'll look over and notice someone else. But really for me, it's a lot of a mental individual swim. So. Well,
congratulations, our two-time state champion in the 200 individual medal. It's Kara Lindholm.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Very well spoken, young lady. Thank you, Ray. And a second consecutive state champ for Kira Lindholm. Won it last year in a time of 2:09.98. She went under 2:09 today. 2:08 was her time.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Marion seems to be moving up quite a few spots. We've seen him win some consolation finals and now moving up some spots to take this race. That can have a huge impact on the overall team race. Marion does not have the numbers that they've had in the past, but they are showing us some quality.
And terrific sportsmanship in this very family-oriented sport. And Kira Lindholm from Omaha Marion finishes out her high school career in the 200 IM with the state championship. 2:08.12, bettering her time of last year. Karen Illich finishing second. Catherine Lincoln in third. Sylvia Coleman fourth. Sophia Nelson fifth. And Lauren Pavel is sixth. Now to the boys 200 IM championship final. 4 of the 6 are back from last year's final, including the guys that finished 1 and 2. Frankie Chumo is in lane 3. He was first in the consolation final last year. Zach Jacobson finished second. Will Rayner, your defending champ, in lane 5. Robert Glover is in 6. And Colin Crissell in lane 7. Clarence Landon in lane 8. Crissell finished 4th last year.
You know, we talked about the Kunkel family making a mark on this state meet. That's the brother-sister team. With Will Rayner, we've got dad and uncle. Larry Rayner and Steve Rayner are both state champions from the early 70s, and now Will getting ready to make his mark as the son.
Will in lane 5, your defending state champ. 1:53.29 his time last year. He's already gone under that 1:57.7 in the prelims. So he was just 2/10 off the state record yesterday in the prelims.
Will's solid in all 4 strokes, but you gotta put the mark on that backstroke leg to get a lead in this race.
Colin Crissell out quickly, the senior from Papillion La Vista with the early lead.
And that's as expected. Colin, we're gonna see him later in that 100 fly. Right now, we're seeing Will starting to make his move. He was out a little bit slower on that butterfly leg. Let's see if he can make up some distance on the backstroke.
Rayner, just a junior, but has become one of the leaders on this prep team. He's among 11 seniors on this Creighton prep squad.
Will's about a half-second slower after that backstroke leg from yesterday. Very solid breaststroke, keeping it right down the middle. You want to kick into that wall and get it nice underwater off of the wall.
So Rayner in lane 5 with the lead. To his right, Robert Glover, the sophomore from Millard South, finished 5th last year, but is giving Rayner a race.
It'll be down to the freestyle.
So here's the free, the final push. Glover not going away, right there with Rayner.
He's not going away, but Will's not giving anything up either.
So here comes Rayner in lane 5, the junior from Creighton Prep.
Look at the kick on Will Rayner coming into the wall. Excellent 25 for Will.
And Rayner touches at a time of 152.24, finishing first. Glover is second, followed by Jacobson, Crissel, Chumo, and Landon.
Larry, I gotta wonder if Will was holding back a little bit on that IM. 2 seconds slower from yesterday, and he looked real easy. Look, right down to the finish, he brought his legs in nicely on the final 25 to guarantee the win. But there's a part of me that's just wondering, is he saving some for that backstroke race coming up later?
So now your 2-time defending champ. Will Rayner.
He's not breathing that hard right now either. Made it look easy.
Creighton Prep continues to pile up the team points. Last year, 404 total points, and if you calculated it out, they might likely get into the 430s today. Possibly getting into about 468 if everybody won, but obviously that would be extremely difficult. Impossible, maybe. So girls 50 free. McKenna Schalberg from Fremont is in lane 3. Caitlin Cruz in 4. Paige Thielen is in 5. Faith Daly in 6. Taylor Risselman is in 7. And Catherine McGinn is in lane 8.
Well, Catherine McGinn, the sister of Ellie, coming up in the next heat, our top seed. So Millard West trying to reload for the years to come.
50 free, quick race.
The race everybody loves to hate and love at the same time. It's the most exciting, fastest race. Start and turn are so important.
Down and back is the race. That's it. They're coming for home right now.
Anybody's race at this finish right now. It looks like on the outside in lane 2.
Touching first in lane 4 is Cruz, followed by Schalberg in lane 3, Daly in lane 6. Rieselman is 4th, Thielen 5th, McGinn is in 6th.
Caitlin Cruz had a great turn coming off that wall. Caitlin swimming for first-year coach Ryan Fleming, son of Greg Fleming at East. Look at this finish, right down, perfectly timed. The difference was fully extended versus lane 1 had to come up over the top and just missed out on that win.
So now we go poolside with another state champions, Ray.
All right, guys, thank you. William Rayner, second-time champion in the IM. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, yesterday you went about 2 seconds faster. Compare the swims yesterday today.
Yesterday, I think I had a little bit better focus on my own swim. Today, I was really just focusing on getting the points for my team and getting first. And I think the difference was the focus, but I'm happy with how I did today.
Well, not only are you happy individually, but boy, your team is just racking up the points.
Yeah, we are.
And you guys just got to be really pleased with your performances.
Oh, yeah, we are. We've got more to come. We've got 2 more great relays and some other great individual events coming up.
Well, Will, tell me, you think Dad and your uncle can take you on in this event?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
When my dad won the 200 free, I think it was about a 151.
Yeah, but remember, Will, that your dad, Steve, swam when we had cloth suits back then.
That's true. That's true.
All right, congratulations, our champion in the 200 individual medley. Second year in a row from Creighton Prep, Will Rayner.
Thank you.
You think Will's heard that argument before?
I'm sure Dad and Uncle said, hey, maybe not a 200 free or 200 IM, but how about a head-to-head and a 25 or 50 free?
Right, there
I
you
bet
go.
they could still get up and go.
They tell the story about swimming in mud, right? It was always different back then.
Well, you know, and the technology of the sport, Larry, has evolved over the years. Ray mentioned that back then they had just the straight-up nylon suits. Now we've got swimsuits being designed by NASA engineers. You know, it's unbelievable the progress that we've made. The timing systems are such that they can detect any false starts off the blocks with a pad. You know,
right?
We've really come a long way, and I think it's benefited the sport.
Congratulations to Will Rayner. Now two-time champion this event. He still has 1 year to go, just a junior. So let's take a look then at the final results. You'll see Rayner finishing with the time of 1:52.24. Glover in second, Jacobson from Prep in third, Crystal in fourth, Chumo in fifth, and Landon from Prep racking up more team points for the Junior Jays. Well, now time for the girls' 50-yard free. This is the final. Laura Misch is in lane 3. Brianna Balunas in lane 4. Liz McGinn is in 5. Alex Balunas in lane 6. Lauren Smith, finishing third last year, is in lane 7. And Natalie Rinshaw in lane 8.
And I'll tell you, Larry, given the start, the turn, and the finish, it's anybody's race. It's going to be very tight. I was really impressed. Laura Misch had a great medley relay freestyle leg. Let's see how that sets this up.
Misch will be at the top of your screen. In lane 7, Lauren Smith finished third last year. Brianna Balunas in lane 4 finished fourth. Those are your two top returners, but out quick in lane 5, Liz McGinn.
Ellie had a great start, and look at her coming off that wall and staying low. She's taken command right from the start, and it's going to be right down to the finish.
Look at McGinn go. A good half length in front of the field. McGinn touches first. Time of 23:56. What a swim for Ellie McGinn.
Awesome swim for Ellie. I got to tell you, that start and turn won it for her. Her finish, you'll see right here, she glides into the wall, and that could have been real close to letting the Balunas girl back in the race. But she hung on. She took command right from the beginning.
So finishing in second, Balunas from Duchesne. Third was Lauren Smith of Pius, and fourth, Brianna Balunas from Duchesne.
Nice to see Lauren Smith move into that third place position for third-year team Pius. Great swim.
So now to the consolation final, the boys 50 free. Ryan Hogan's in 3, Jared Kerr is in 4, Zach Gober in lane 5, Ethan Abito is in 6, Peter Lopez in 7, and Andrew Samlin from Papillion La Vista in lane 8.
Andrew Samlin, brother of Zach Samlin, our 200 freestyler from just a few years back, and did real well. Andy's just a freshman, or excuse me, Andy's a senior at Papillion La Vista. Keep an eye on Zach Gober in the middle. Remember, Dad's over in Qatar serving our country in the military. Mom's in the military as well, so I'm sure he wants to put on a show while his dad watches on the internet.
Gober finished just 6 100ths out of being in the championship final. Tight race early on. Gober maybe with a slight lead in the middle.
Gober got off the blocks real well and had an excellent turn. Came up pretty quick.
Hogan at the top right there too. Hogan and Gober. Hogan pulling away at the top, and Hogan behind Gober. Gober wins it. Hogan second, followed by Abito and Kerr.
1/100th between Gober and Hogan. And I think we'll see on the finish, Hogan came up a little short on the wall, and that was the difference between the two.
What a finish by Gober.
You'll see here at the top of the screen is Hogan, at the bottom is Gober. And that was the difference. Gober came underneath, had a nice extension at the wall. Hogan came up over the top, and 1/100 separated the two.
Back down to Ray poolside.
Well, a very happy Ellie McGinn, champion in the 50 free, a senior, and it's your first individual championship.
Yeah.
Ellie, how does this feel?
It feels amazing. It hasn't sunk in at all.
You know, the 50 free is so quick that it's a start, a turn, a finish. Tell me how you train. What do you do in practice to get sharp on your start, turn, and finish?
Well, we work reactions a lot for the start so we can be off the blocks as fast as possible, and we do a ton of turn work, and that's always a problem for me, so I really try to focus on turns this year a lot. So we really work on like the little things.
Do you have a certain breathing pattern in the 50?
I try to breathe twice or once, but I just try to hold my breath.
I'll tell you, with a time of 23:56, your previous best was set yesterday with a 23:9, and you dropped 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Ellie, congratulations on a great career, a great finish in the 50 free. Our champion from Millard West, Ellie McGinn.
So congratulations to Ellie McGinn, knocking off the two-time defending champion, Alex Balunas. Balunas won it in 09 and 10.
Boy, what would it be like to be sisters, twins, and both of you be as fast as they are? That both of these girls did a nice job in this race. I think Ellie, it just came right down to taking command right from the start, and she blew them away.
So there's the medal being put on Balunas as Ellie McGinn makes her way to the stand.
50 freestylers have the ability these days, we talked about technology, they have the ability to practice with these pads on the blocks that test their reaction time. And they work on that in their practices, getting that reaction time, but it can make a difference of a couple of tenths, and that's the difference between winning and getting second.
The emotion, certainly you can see it on the face of Ellie McGinn, finishing first in a time of 23:56. Alex Balunas second. Lauren Smith for the second year in a row finishing third. Brianna Balunas fourth. Natalie Renshaw fifth. And Laura Misch finishing sixth from Columbus. So that's the girls' 50 free finals. Now time for the guys. The finals of the 50 free. Steve Hansen in lane 3. Andrew Stivers in 4. Ryan Misch in 5. Nick Bowens in 6. Had a great swim earlier. Gavin Hager in lane 7. And Kirk O'Connell in 8.
Ryan Misch in lane 5 is the swimmer we want to watch. This guy is a student of the sport. He is still learning, still refining those skills, his stroke. He has a natural ability in the water to gain a lot of power as he feels through the water. And this is a very technical race. You've got to have a good reaction off the start, but you've got to have a good feel in the water. Set a meet record in that 100 free that we'll see later. But this 50 is real important.
Down and back for the title. Our last event of this first session before we go to break and show you some diving.
Misch came up very quickly off that start. Look at him off the wall. He was able to stay underneath the wave, and he's running away.
Misch in the middle's got the lead. Ryan Misch will touch first in a time of 21:09. Ryan Misch first, followed by Bowens finishing second for the second year in a row. And in third, Stivers in lane 4 from Millard West.
I thought Misch had good reaction on the start, but he came up too quickly off that start. But let's look at this finish. Nice and high in the water, all arms, and fully stretched at the finish. He had an excellent turn, stayed down low to get underneath the wave, but I think that start may have cost him a little bit. He could have been under 21 had he have stayed under just a hair longer.
So Ryan Misch of Columbus, just a junior, with the title here in the boys 50 free. So first session is in the books. We're going to take a break here. We've crowned 8 state champs already, 16 more titles to come when we return to the Devaney Sports Center. Highlights from the girls' state diving championships, which were held earlier this week. That's coming up next on NET Sports.
This stage is nowhere near Broadway, and none of these actors will be accepting an Oscar anytime soon. Still, they are rehearsing for something important. While they learn their lines, they're also learning teamwork, discipline, self-confidence, that everyone has a part to play. Skills that will make them stars long after the curtain falls. The National Federation of State High School Associations reminds you that when kids take part in high school activities, they get set for life.
Time Warner Cable is dedicated to the future of our nation's children. That's why we've launched our Connect a Million Minds initiative. We're asking adults to help us inspire kids through science, technology, engineering, and math. And we're achieving this through local partnerships with FIRST. Across the country, Time Warner Cable employees are helping bring FIRST robotics competitions to the areas we serve. The future of our nation and our children depends on math, science, and technology. Visit connectamillionminds.com to find out what you can do.
Hey, college doesn't just happen. You have to be a pain, in a good way. Find someone to help you, like a mom, a dad, a teacher, or a coach. Just keep asking until you find someone who will. There were adults in my life who helped me take the right classes in high school, apply for scholarships, and research colleges. Thanks to them, I made it to college. And so can you. You just have to ask someone for help. This is one time it's okay to be a pain.
Support for programming is brought to you by Quest Center Omaha, featuring comedian Jeff Dunham, performer Lady Gaga, and country musician Kenny Chesney, all coming in March. For ticket information, questcenteromaha.com.
You're watching NET Television.
Along with Matt Rye, Ray Hubbard, I'm Larry Putney. Welcome back to the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool for final day action of the 2011 Boys and Girls State Swimming and Diving Championships. Got a good one so far. Records already falling. Want to remind everybody, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab, or give us a call at 1-800-868-1868. You can relive this year's exciting championships for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for sports. A lot of people I know are going to be wanting that DVD. With this many records falling, could be a historical kind of year here at the state championships. Well, earlier this week on Thursday, the girls diving competition was held, and we were there to catch all of the action. So I want to take you back and show you the final rounds of the girls state diving championships held here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. It was another terrific year and another great competition in high school diving. We're going to start out with Taylor Stevens, a junior from Bellevue East, her first dive of the finals.
Taylor's doing a back double somersault. Degree of difficulty is 2.2. This has the ability to be a very high scoring dive for Taylor. Nicely done. Pulled 36 points on that dive.
Here's Nadia. I'm going to let you tackle that last name. Lincoln High.
Nadia is going to do a reverse 1.5, 2.1 degree of difficulty. Good to see Nadia. A little bit over rotation on the entry into that water. Got 35.70 points.
Lillian Heinrichs. Lily is your defending state champ.
Lily's doing a back 1.5, 2.3. You know, she has such precision in all of her dives. Clean entry right into the water, 47.15.
And she did not feel well all day, battling some severe back pain. Here's Ashley Izzo, a sophomore from Lincoln High.
Forward double, 2.2. A little bit of over rotation on that dive, and it shows a little bit on the score, 28.60.
Liz Howarth from Elkhorn South, sophomore.
Elizabeth's doing a standard dive, an inward dive. This is 1.5 DD. Lower degree of difficulty, but with precision, she can pull some high points. Slightly over on the entry, but a good dive overall, 33 points.
Put her in third place after that dive. Here's Morgan Lorando, a freshman from Papillion La Vista.
Morgan's doing a forward 1.5 with a 1.7 DD. Nice clean entry on that dive. 34.85 total points, puts her in fourth.
Anna Marie Filipsic. Filipsic, a sophomore from Omaha Burke.
Anna Marie's going to do a forward 1.5 with 2 twists. This is a 2.6 degree of difficulty, very high DD. Nice entry. Had to force it into the water a little bit, but high points, 48.10, the highest we've seen yet.
And Filipsic would move into second place after that dive.
This is a back dive, straight, or sorry, 1.6 DD, 31.20.
Rainey Potter is a senior from Lincoln East.
Rainey's doing a forward somersault with one twist, 1.9. Nicely done. Little over rotation, 31.35.
Lainey Snyder, a freshman from Millard West.
Lainey will do a reverse somersault, 1.6 DD. Came up just a little bit short. Points on that were 21.6.
Here's Carly Hilburn, a senior from Kearney.
Carly's going to do a forward 2.5. This is 2.4 degree of difficulty. Nicely done. It's a little bit short, but because of that high degree of difficulty, she's able to get 36 points.
And from Bellevue East, wrapping up this final of the first round, Emmeline Splitchell. She's a sophomore.
Emmeline's going to do a forward 1.5, degree of difficulty 1.7. Solid dive, over-rotated on her legs a little bit there, 26.35 points.
So that was the first dive of the finals. Now to the girls' second dive of the final round. Here's Taylor Stevens again, the junior. She's, after
Taylor,
that previous round, coming in 5th.
Back 1.5, 2.5. With a 1.5 twist, hard for her to get around there.
Second dive for Nadia, who is sitting in 7th after the previous round.
Nadia's doing a forward somersault with one full twist, 1.9 degree. Over-rotated a little bit, came forward, 22.8 points.
One of the best dives of the day right here by Lily Heinrichs.
Lily's doing a back somersault with 2.5 twist, 2.7 DD. Very, very difficult dive. Lily's best. Nice entry. The highest point total of the meet, 51.30. Puts her into first, of course.
Ashley Izzo, sophomore.
Ashley's doing a back somersault with a half twist, 1.7 DD. Nice clean dive, but because of the degree of difficulty, 26.35 points.
A second dive for Elizabeth Howarth from Elkhorn South.
Elizabeth doing a back 1.5 with one full twist, 2.3 degree of difficulty. It's real tough to be going both directions and get that full twist in. A little bit short on the entry, but still got 41.40 points.
Lorando with the freshman from Papillion La Vista. 3 dives in the finals for the girls.
Morgan's doing a forward 1.5 with one full twist, 2.2. Nicely done, clean entry, and 42.90 points for her to put her into 4th.
Anna Filipczyk of Burke.
I like this dive we're going to see for Anna Marie. An inward 1.5, 2.4 degree of difficulty. Close to the board, a little bit short, but she's pulling 49.20 points with that DD.
Sarah Schlegelmilch from Elkhorn South, the junior.
Sarah doing a reverse, 1.6. Over-rotated slightly, 28 points on that dive.
And Rainey Potter.
Rainey's doing a forward 1.5 with one full twist, 2.2 DD. Dave Eppert does a nice job of doing their lineup dives here. Had a little trouble with that split leg there, and it showed on the points 30.8.
That was Rainey. This is Lainey Snyder from Millard West.
Lainey's just doing a basic dive, back dive, 1.5 DD. Nicely done, but because of the DD, pulls 22.5 points.
Carly Hilburn.
Carly's doing a forward 1.5 with one full twist, 2.2 degree of difficulty. Got the rotation in, a little bit short on the dive, but because of the DD, 33 point total.
And final dive of the second round in the girls' finals, Emmeline Spitchell.
Emmeline's doing a forward somersault with one full twist, 1.9 degree of difficulty. This is a good dive to watch that rotation, both forward and coming around on the twist. Nicely done, clean entry, 31.35 points. Good dive for Emmeline.
So now to the final dive of the finals, Taylor Stevens.
Taylor's doing a forward 2.5, 2.4 degree of difficulty. Real important for Taylor to get good height, get good rotation, and you want to stay close to the board because you do lose points the further from the board you go.
Taylor is a junior from Bellevue East. After the second dive, she was sitting in 5th place.
Excellent height, a little short on the entry, but 40.80 points on that dive to put her in 5th.
Well, now from Lincoln High, the freshman, Nadia Ketchfi.
Same dive, forward 2.5 somersault, 2.4. Let's watch the difference here in the height and the rotation and entry into the water. Fast rotation, came up short on that entry though, 28.80. Not quite the height that we saw on Taylor.
Lily Heinrichs now.
Lily's gonna do an inward 1.5, 2.2 degree of difficulty. Her final dive, and you always put your bread and butter dive right at the end, the one that you can count on the most.
And you can see since the last time we saw her, the last dive, she's put that tape on her back. She was really struggling with severe lower back pains. Actually wondered and talked to her coach about not finishing. She was in so much pain.
Well, she finished it well there. A little bit of over rotation, but 50.60 points, and that will be your winner.
Third dive and final dive for Ashley Izzo.
Ashley's doing a forward dive, 1.3 degree of difficulty. Nice clean dive, but because of the degree of difficulty, 26.65 points.
Elizabeth Howarth, the sophomore from Elkhorn South, looking to finish in the top 3 with a good performance here.
Very high DD dive, a back 2.5 with 2.5 twists. Good opportunity to score high points if performed correctly. Great rotation, nicely done. A little bit short on the final twist, but able to get 47.25 points.
And she would finish then in 3rd. And just a reminder, this took place on Thursday here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. So our NET cameras here to capture the action and bring it to you here during the state championships.
Morgan's doing a forward 2.5, 2.4. Came up short on that entry, and that cost her a little bit, 27.60 points for a 4th place finish.
Anna Marie Filipczyk, the sophomore from Omaha Burke, finished in 2nd place, was sitting in 2nd place after the 2nd round of the final.
Anna Marie back 1.5 with 1.5 twists, nicely done. That final dive, 47.5, put her into 2nd place. Nice dive.
Sarah Schlegelmilch, the junior from Elkhorn South.
Sarah's doing a forward 2.5, 2.4 degree of difficulty. Good height, a little bit short on the entry, but good points, 38.40.
Last dive for Rainey Potter.
Rainey's going to be doing a reverse 1.5 somersault, 2.1 degree of difficulty. Nice height, a little short on the entry, 28.35 points.
And Lainey Snyder.
Lainey's doing a back somersault with 1.5 twist, 2.3 degree of difficulty. Watch the rotation. Nicely done. The arms were spread a little bit on the entry. Cost her something on the points, 31.005.
Carly Hilburn.
Carly's doing an inward 1.5, 2.2. Very difficult. That board comes back at you, but great clean entry on that dive, 45.10 to move her into 6th.
And Emmeline Splitchell her final dive of the competition.
Emmeline's doing a reverse somersault, 1.6. It's real difficult to have a clean entry and not over-rotate on this dive. Nicely done, straight up and down, 27.20 to hold that 12th place.
So here come your medalists. Congratulations to all of the young ladies winning medals in the girls diving competition. And there is your champion, Lily Heinrichs from Lincoln Southeast. 469.55, winning it easily despite that injury. Anna Marie Philipsik of Omaha Burke second. Elizabeth Howarth of Elkhorn South was third. So that's a look at your top six. Orlando fourth, Stevens fifth, and Hilburn is in sixth. And after the competition, NET's Jody Millard met with our champion.
So last year you told us when you won the state medal that this year you're just gonna go for the diving and not for the gold, but you still got the gold. So kind of tell us how this year went and how you're feeling today.
Well, I hadn't really done much practice since conference, so I just took it one dive at a time.
Does it feel any different the third time winning the gold than it did the first two times?
No, it still feels good.
How about next year? Are you still going to go for the diving, or you want to make it 4 in a row?
No, I'll go for the diving. I can't think about the place or else I won't do good.
All right, well, thank you, Lily, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
So a replay of Lily's dive. And she mentioned she had not practiced for 2 weeks leading up to this state championships, really since her conference meet, and she was in so much pain, but managed to make it through and win her third consecutive state diving championship.
Well, the muscle memory, and it's like riding a bike. Lily sure performed well, and the mental focus that it takes performing with an injury like that, what a great performance.
So we are at the intermission here at the Devaney Sports Center pool, the 2011 Boys and Girls State High School Swimming and Diving Championships. When we come back, a girls 100-yard butterfly. The rest of the competition continues on NET Sports.
Power Drive electric car program gives high school students a hands-on way to apply studies. Learn about electricity and energy efficiency, and develop skills that will benefit them throughout their lives. Nebraska Public Power District encourages students and teachers to get involved. Schools have the power to make it happen. For information on Power Drive, visit oppd.com or nppd.com.
A diesel-powered engine on a farm works hard and operates in a grueling environment. Soy biodiesel fuels stand up to the challenge of powering farm equipment, but are also renewable and environmentally responsible as well. The Nebraska Soybean Board is committed to encouraging the use of soy biodiesel to protect the environment and sustain Nebraska's agriculture. The Nebraska Soybean Checkoff, growing opportunity from the ground up.
Driving isn't worth your full attention.
What is?
A safety reminder from your Nebraska Department of Roads.
It's so critically important to have an entity like public broadcasting. It has to be commercial-free, non-commercial. It has to be about what's in the best interest of you as an individual and you as a citizen of this country to get accurate information as best we can, uninfluenced by any advertising or politics, so that you can make more informed decisions.
No other service connects Nebraska like NET, and your support makes that possible. Thank you.
NET Sports coverage of the 2011 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by the U.S. Marines. The few, the proud, the Marines. More information at marines.com. By Time Warner Cable, inspiring young people to build the skills they need in science, technology, engineering, and math to become the problem solvers of tomorrow. And by U.S. Bank, committed to customer service through performance, products, and people. U.S. Bank, proud sponsor of high school swimming and diving on NET. Member FDIC. We are in Lincoln, Nebraska, the Bob Devaney Sports Center pool, along with Matt Rye. I'm Larry Putney. Ray Huppert is roaming poolside, talking with the champions all afternoon long. Great that we can be here and bring you these state high school championships from across the state. I want to remind you, beginning next weekend exclusively on NET television, it's the 2011 NSAA Girls and Boys State Basketball Tournaments live from right here at the Devaney Sport. Well, not right here, they're not going to play in the pool, but nearby here at the Devaney Sports Center pool. You can catch all the action brought to you in beautiful high definition. Girls finals are next Saturday. The boys finals are 1 week later on March 12th. So be sure to join us. And remember, you can only watch this year's NSAA high school basketball tournaments right here exclusively on NET television, because we are Nebraska's home for sports. Thrilled to be able to bring you all of these state high school championships this year. Look at the current team standings. Millard West out in front, expected to win another, make it 4 in a row state championships. Marion is in second. Westside is in third. Marion has put on an impressive performance.
Boy, look at that. Nice shot of the pool. Tell you this, Devaney Center pool has hosted some big meets over the years. The facility is excellent.
No surprise here. Look at Creighton Prep way out in front early and already running away. I wonder if you added up everybody else's score, if it would equal Creighton Prep's. Well, certainly not 2, 3, 4, 5. If you added those up, they are still shy of what Creighton Prep has right now. Prep up 170 to P5 on Kearney. About ready to see an all-time mark.
Yeah, we've got a great team race going for second on the boys' side. And, you know, for Prep, it's just a matter of how big the record's going to be. You know, we talk about this facility. I think we're high time for the Lincoln community to talk about building a new facility and have a nice indoor pool like we talked about before that can host this great meet. Nebraska's fortunate to have the high school swimming that it is, and Nebraska going into the Big Ten. I think the time would be right. Hey, let's start the talk right here about having a new facility.
You look at the Devaney Sports Center pool. It's been around for quite some time. Hey, NET, your ticket to exciting sports action right in your living room. You can help us deliver inspiring sports programming by joining the NET Sports Partners Club. Your contribution helps to ensure that your favorite sports programs continue for years to come right here on NET. And you'll also receive some great thank you gifts as well with NET's appreciation for your support. So log on to netnebraska.org/sportspartners and become a member today. So ready to go. Let's start with the girls' 100-yard butterfly. This is the consolation final. Rebecca Breeden from Lincoln East. She's a junior in lane 3. Colleen Bernal is in lane 4. Casey Thurman in 5. Sylvia Coleman in 6. Natasha Postuma is in 7. And in lane 8, Haley McKelvey, a junior from Kearney.
Well, I tell you, Larry, this race epitomizes the progress that we've made in a lot of the races. It took a 101 to get in the consolation final. It took under a minute to get into the championship final. Nebraska swimming is on the rise, and I think this event demonstrates that fact.
It's certainly one of the most physically demanding strokes.
Timing is everything. It's so important to maintain a good stroke while you're enduring great pain.
Best time turned in yesterday by Casey Thurman. She's in lane 5 from Millard West.
You'll see in this race that different swimmers have different strengths. If they have a great kick, good underwater travel, coming off that wall, you'll see them stay under the water a little bit longer than others. Some swimmers have a stronger upper body, and they're going to want to get on top a little faster and get into the race.
Colleen Bernal, the sophomore from Scott Mount Michael.
We're out a little bit faster from yesterday. Nice race going.
Bernal still in the lead. Bernal is sophomore.
This is where it's so important. You're getting excited, you're feeling good, but you want to maintain that powerful stroke coming on that last 25, not get too excited and spin your wheels. Look at this, coming up in lane 6. That's Coleman in lane 6 for Westside, trying to get points for her team. They're trying to get back to second.
And Sylvia Coleman finishing in second behind Bernal. Bernal touching in first for Scott. In third is Thurman, followed by Postuma from Burke in lane 7.
Nice finish. You'll see, I really thought the West Side swimmer could have snuck in there. Maybe she glided into the wall a little bit longer. Thurman had a nice finish. Bernal had a nice finish to win that consolation final.
So now let's go down to Ray with our 50 free champ, Ryan Meesh.
Hey guys, what a happy Ryan Meesh from Columbus. Everybody says you gotta be either Omaha or Lincoln. Ryan says, no way, man. Columbus can have champions. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, 21.07 yesterday, 21.09. 2 of your best times, right?
Yeah, second and third best times I've ever had.
You know, and only a junior, you've got an opportunity to get back next year and repeat, which in the 50 free, it hasn't been done since 2003.
Oh, yeah. It'd be great to do. You know, it's an awesome opportunity, and I just hope I can make the most of it.
Ryan, let's talk about the 50. As we visited earlier, you know, the start, the turn, the finish are so important. What goes through your mind? What do you try and focus on?
I just try to get off to as good a start as I can, and then just keep that tempo up into the turn, get a good turn, and keep the tempo back coming home and finish strong.
Well, Ryan, your coach is ready to put a medal around your neck. Congratulations, Columbus, and congratulations, Ryan Mitch.
Thank you.
Our champion in the 50 free.
Thanks.
Well, I'll tell you, Ryan Meesh, he has the potential to continue developing like he does. And Larry, I really believe he's not going to be reaching his peaks until he's well into college. So here's a guy that's already at the top of the Nebraska State meet, high school. And I think good things are coming, especially when he hits college. He could be one of the greatest Nebraska swimmers of all time.
You heard Ray said we haven't had a back-to-back champ in this event since 2003. That was the year that Chris Schuber won his 3rd consecutive title in this event. So not since 2003 have we had back-to-back, and Ryan has a chance to do that. So let's take a look at the results. You'll see Ryan finishing at first with that time of 21:09. Nick Bowens in second. Andrew Stivers third. Gavin Hager was fourth. Hanson fifth. O'Connell in sixth. So now to the girls 100 fly final. We will have a new champ. We know that for certain. Catherine Lincoln in third. Emily Green fourth. Lindsay Phelps in lane 5, Erin Olchen in lane 6, and 7, Brianna Balunas, and Brooke Stillmock is in lane 8.
You know, this is the race we were talking about, Larry. It took a 59 to get to these finals. You had to break a minute to make the championship final. We've never had that before in high school swimming in Nebraska. These girls are very fast. We're going to see a quick championship heat, and it's anybody's race.
Of course, we'll have a new state champ because Shannon Guy, who holds the state record, won 4 consecutive state titles and set 4 straight state meet records in this event.
She led the way for 4 years, and now we're seeing the benefits in the girls coming in the next 4 years. Lindsay Phelps taking it right from the start for Papillion La Vista, but you'll see Olchen out in lane 6. Millard West would like to extend that lead and get the points in this win.
Olchen took the lead. Balunas to her left, to her right is Phelps. Olchen from Millard West, Phelps, Papillion La Vista.
Olchen was out over a second faster at the 50, and she's just taken command right on that last 25.
Olchen well in the lead in lane 6. Last year, she finished second to teammate Shannon Guy, and this year she'll take the gold. Olchen touches in a time of 56.98.
Great breakout swim for Erin in that race. I tell you, she had a great swim. That first 50, she was out a lot faster to take command. And the third 25, she dropped the hammer. Look at this finish, nice and smooth, driving the hips forward. A little bit short on that finish, but nicely done.
So Phelps finishes in second, Green from Northeast finishing in third, followed by Stillmock, Ballounis, and Lincoln in the girls' 100 fly final. Out of the consolation of the boys' 100 fly, in lane 3, Matt DeLisi from Southwest. Ryan Hogan is in 4. Elliot Applegate is in lane 5. Christopher Chavez from Prep is in 6. Tommy Ernst from Columbus is in lane 7. And Eric Dyan is in lane 8 from Papillion La Vista.
The boys' consolation, this will be a good race. Prep, I'm sure, would like to have Chavez move up and win the consolation and pick up an extra couple of points for him.
You're going to set a record. You might as well put it out there where nobody's going to get it.
You bet.
And they're on pace to do that today.
Applegate has great underwater travel, staying under a good part of the race there, and taking the lead from the start.
Applegate in lane 5 with the lead, Hogan in 4.
Remember, we saw a good race out of Hogan earlier. Let's see if he can work on that finish to make the difference.
Ernst right now in lane 7 is leading. Hogan is in second.
Hogan's making a nice move on this third 25. I think he's taking control going into that last 25.
A tight race coming off the final wall. Look at that in lanes 4 and 5. Hogan and Applegate.
I think Applegate's got the edge.
And Applegate does pull away and touches first in that consolation final. Applegate followed by Hogan, Chavez, DeLisi, Dyan, and Ernst.
Applegate really dropped the hammer coming off that final turn. He's got great underwater travel. Look at the smooth finish, still driving the hips. Good extension on the arms on the finish. I really think it's his underwater travel that benefited him in that race right from the start.
Back down to Ray with Aaron Olchen, a state champ.
Well, and a very happy sophomore, Aaron Olchen from Millard West. Aaron, congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, Shannon Guy, your teammate, won this event 4 years. I guess the reins are being turned over to you.
Sure, that is a huge compliment.
Well,
yeah.
I'll tell you what, a very difficult event, butterfly, one arm stroke, 2 leg kicks. You know, the butterflies and the breaststroke is the event where you get to breathe forward.
Yeah.
When do you start looking at the turn and the finish to make sure you're finishing with a full stroke?
About at the flags, and we work those a lot at practice, so that helps me get it down. Yeah.
Tell me about the practice, at practice working on butterfly. It's such a wide stroke. Do you have a lot of problems swimming in the lane with others?
Yeah, usually we do it like one at a time, but we work turns and starts and finishes for it all the time, so.
Well, Aaron, congratulations on being a state champion in the 100 butterfly. Another first place finish for Millard West.
We usually see that from, maybe that's the football player
like
in her.
that.
Do you think Tracy taught her that one? Hi, Mom.
That's great. Congratulations to Olchen, just a sophomore who did sit back and watch her former teammate Shannon Guy win this event 4 consecutive years and steps in and keeps it at
She was
Millard
the
West.
bridesmaid, and now she's the bride.
That's right.
And what a great way to finish out there. That was a good swim for Aaron. You know, and Tracy's done a nice job developing. Tracy's had great swimmers in the past like Shannon Guy, but I think he has a great team this year. You add up all of these swimmers, and he has the best team he's ever had. So Tracy's done a great job developing all of the swimmers.
So look at the results then. You see Aaron Olchen at that time of 56.98 winning it. Lindsay Phelps of Papillion La Vista finishing second. Emily Green, Brooke Stillmock, Rihanna Balutis and Katie Lincoln from Omaha West Side. All right, now the final, boys, 100-yard fly. Ethan Abito is in lane 3. Andre Wilt is in 4. Colin Crissell in 5. Pat Melidi is in 6. Frankie Schumo in lane 7. And Garrett Kadat is in lane 8.
You know, we're seeing some tough doubles. These prep kids, remember, they've got that 200 free relay coming up, and some of these guys have got to have that in the back of their mind. You know, Andre Wilt in lane 4, he'll come back in that backstroke event to try to get his state record back. Melidi's out in 6. We saw him in the 200 free not too long ago. So these are tough races. As the meet goes on, it wears on these swimmers. Let's see if they can maintain that high level of performance.
Three of these swimmers in last year's championship final. Melidi finished 2nd, Crissell 4th, Abito 6th. There's your state record, Ryan Bubb.
Odds-on favorite in the middle of the pool, Colin Crissell. This will be his year to establish this 100 fly as the champion.
Crissell finishing 4th last year, as we said, from Papillion La Vista.
Ethan Abito at the top of your screen. He likes to take it out fast. We'll see if he can hang on.
Opening it up in lane 5 is Crissell.
Watch his underwater travel. Nicely done. Crissell took a nice lead going into that final 25 and extending.
Battle for 2nd, Abito and Melidi, but it's Crissell.
Wilt's coming on strong at that finish. A little short on the wall.
Well, Crissell holds on and just knocks off Melidi from prep to finish 2nd. Abito 3rd.
Yeah, I said Wilt. I meant Melidi came on strong in that final 12 and a half of the race. He did a great job, came up a little bit short on the wall, and it might have made the difference between 2nd and 1st. Look at this, Colin Crissell at the top. You'll see Melidi coming up on the bottom there. Crissell, great finish, fully extended, and a new state champion.
Well, tonight on NET Television, Nebraska Stories takes you along with the photographer Michael Forsberg as he captures spectacular images of the Sandhill Cranes from his blind in the Platte River Valley. Then you can watch an artist build his 5-story high sculpture that was inspired by the Nebraska Cranes. Also learn how one Nebraska woman has become the most accomplished quilt maker of her time. All of these stories are on Nebraska Stories tonight at 8:30 Central on NET1 and NET HD. So now the girls 100 free consolation final. Faith Daly in lane 3, Trinity Counter in 4. Taylor Cordy is in 5. Miranda Mikulak is in 6. Catherine McGinn is in 7. And Mackenzie Ritter in lane 8.
Would be nice to see Kate McGinn make a move. The freshman filling the shoes of her sister Ellie we saw earlier. Ellie's coming up in that championship final in the next heat.
$100 free on the girls' side, the consolation final. Nice tight heat to start it out. In lane 5, Taylor Cordy.
Much like the butterfly, you'll see different strategies going here. Some swimmers have good underwater travel coming off the wall. They'll stay down low. It's also beneficial to get underneath that wake, less turbulence coming off that wall. Anybody's race right now to win this consolation.
Good shot from our NET camera there, showing you how tight that race is. Now the final 25. Out in front, in lane 5 is Cordy.
Cordy had a great turn coming into that final 25, and she's just dropping the hammer going into the finish.
Well, Cordy will touch and win the consolation final, followed by Mikulak and Counter.
Nice drop in time for Taylor going to win that consolation final. Dropped about 5/10. Look at this finish. Keep it right down the middle. head down a little bit. And good finish, fully extended right at the wall.
So the 100-yard butterfly champ about to be awarded his medal, but first he talked with Ray. It was Colin Crystal and Ray.
That's right, Larry, and his first title ever, a senior, Colin Crystal from Papillion La Vista. Congratulations, Colin.
Thank you.
Now, you swim for two of my friends, Rob Winstead and Len Weaver. What did they say to you? What did they tell you to win this event?
They each told me different things. Rob told me first person every wall wins the race, so that's all I tried to do. And then Weaver tells me to really work my underwaters and my turns as well. And so I just did as best as I could.
Well, Colin, you certainly took it out quick, 23-2. You came back the last 10 yards. I could see you were getting tired. Yeah. What was going through your mind?
I was just telling myself to finish. You came this far, you're not going to lose it now. So I just put my head down and stuck it through. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on a great victory. Great time, 50.6. Colin Creasel, what a champion.
Thank you.
So congratulations to Colin from Papillion La Vista, the senior, winning his first ever state champion. That's certainly a rewarding feeling after 4 years of tough work to come here and take home a state title.
Colin Crissel's been very patient in his 4 years, and it's paid off today. You know, he's a guy that's been in that championship heat, had the opportunity to win in the past, and he got the job done today. You look at his finish, that last 25, there was nobody going to take it away from him.
So about ready to crown the champ. There he is. Time 50.61. So Colin Kreisel with the state championship. There's his head coach, Len Weaver, getting ready to put the medal.
Len Weaver's had his share of champions over the years at Papillion La Vista. Remember fondly the Schuber boys winning those 50 freestyles, his team championship with those Schuber boys.
All right, the finals then, the final results of the 100 fly. Kreisel finishing first, Patrick Malitti second, Abito third, Chumo finishing fourth, Cadat fifth, and Wilt in sixth. Now to the girls' 100-yard freestyle final. Paige Thielen in lane 3, Emma O'Connell 4, Alex Balunas in 5, Ellie McGinn is in 6, Natalie Renshaw in 7, and Caitlin Cruz from Lincoln North Star, the senior, in lane 8. 5 seniors and a junior in this field.
I tell you, this is going to be a great race. I think Balunas, McGinn, and O'Connell, those 3 girls are going to go head to head. You know, we saw Emma O'Connell aggressive in that 200 free. Let's see her strategy in this 100 free. Is she going to attack the race like she did in the 200 or be a little bit more reserved?
She will be in lane 4, Emma O'Connell. She won this last year. So O'Connell, your defending state champ, there's your state record. Balunas finished 4th last year. She had the best preliminary time in lane 5. And Ellie McGinn finished 2nd last year. She is in lane 6. So 1, 2, 4, and 6 back for this year's final.
Emma O'Connell showing really strong kick on that first 50. Balunas is a little bit more power, lower stroke rate. But I tell you right now, I'd put money on Emma O'Connell. I like her stroke weight. I like the kick going into that 3rd turn.
Lane 4 is O'Connell, 5 is Balunas, 6 is McGinn. All right there, Balunas with the slight lead.
I think Balunas heard me because she sure put it on in that last 25, and McGinn.
And Balunas touches in 1st, McGinn 2nd, O'Connell in 3rd. What a finish.
That last 25, I think you'll see Balunas. I don't know that she increased her stroke rate, but she did have a little bit stronger kick on that last 25 to put her right into the race and take the win. Great power under the water for Balunas. Look at this finish. The stroke rate is much higher for McGinn and O'Connell, but the power for Ballounis is unbelievable. Great finish.
52-12 for Ballounis, 52-18 for McGinn. 6/100ths of a second. McGinn really making a strong charge, and Ballounis holding on.
Very powerful upper body for Ballounis on that last 25.
So now to the consolation of the boys 100 free. Cody Andrews is in 3, Daniel Beam in 4, Jared Kerr is in lane 5, Millard South's Neil Gurmis in lane 6, Andrew Samlin in lane 7, and Merrick McAllister in lane 8 from Omaha Burke. Jared Kerr in lane 5.
He swims out in Scotts Bluff for Mike Hayhurst. Mike was a pretty good 100 freestyler in his day at Nebraska.
And this is the consolation final in the 100 free for the boys.
Jared came up quick to take the lead in lane 5. Let's see the turns. Again, not staying underwater very long. I like in lane 6, Gurmis. He looks real fast on top of the water.
He will touch first and turn first. From Millard South, just a sophomore, Neil Gurmis.
Andrews at the top of the screen trying to put himself in this race going into that final turn.
And a tight turn. And it is at the top, Cody Andrews with the lead. To his right
Gurmis
is Beeman.
at the wall. He's got good speed coming into the wall to take it.
And Gurmis does get it at the end. The sophomore from Millard South touching at a time of 48.4. Beeman is second, followed by Kerr, Andrews, Samland, and McAllister.
I'll tell you, between the walls, there was nobody faster than Gurmis in that race. Look at him coming down to the finish. You'll see at the bottom of the screen, Gurmis took it right to the wall.
So Ray with another champion poolside. Ray.
Guys, it's Alexandra Ballounis, our champion, a senior from Omaha Duchesne. Of course, Alexandra, we've seen you here the last 2 years as a champion in the 50, first time in the 100. How does this feel?
It's pretty fun. I was kind of bummed about the 50, but hey, the 100's nice as well.
Well, a gold medal is pretty doggone good. And representing Omaha Duchesne, you guys, you and your sister have done such a great job with all the other ladies.
Thank you so much.
At Duchesne, I think it's just marvelous. Let's talk a little about the finish, because you were all lined up. O'Connell, yourself, and McGinn, you were all coming into the finish at the end. Are you aware of that competition?
I was not aware. I just thought senior year, go out with a boom, try my hardest, my last race, so.
How important is the finish? Because we've seen some of the swimmers short stroke it, others glide too far. How important is that finish to hit that wall with a straight arm?
I think it's very important because it just matters on who has the best finish, who's most in line, and who has the longest arm.
And what do you do at practice to work on that?
I always make sure I finish, no matter if it's a drill or if it's cool down. I always make sure I put my arm out and finish strong.
Alexandra, congratulations. Our champion in the 100 free from Omaha Duchesne, Alexandra Ballounis.
Thank you so much again.
Congratulations to Alex Ballounis, winning the state title in the 100 free. Time of 52.12.
Be interesting to see if the girls go to the same college or if they split up. I'm not sure where they're headed, but whoever gets these girls will be happy to have a couple of good sprinters on their team.
Well, congratulations to Alex Ballounis and Duchesne. Take a look at the finals then in the 100 girls free. Ballounis finishing first, McGinn second, O'Connell third, Renshaw in fourth, Caitlin Cruz fifth, and Paige Thielen finishing sixth. Now to the boys championship final, the 100 free. Should be a good race here. Top three returning from last year, including a state record holder. Stivers is in 3, Sponsler's in 4, Mix is in lane 5, Sherman in 6, Bowens in 7, and Gavin Hager is in lane 8.
You know, Larry, it'll be fun to see. Ryan Misch set that state record yesterday in this event. Let's see if he can extend it, go a little bit faster. But Caleb Sherman, he's got to be feeling good after that 200 free. Had a best time, broke 140. Let's see if these two guys can go head to head, and both of them set a state record.
So Sherman will be in lane 6.
Notice Caleb he stays upright a little bit, likes to control the pace.
So quiet for the start. So in lane 5, Ryan Mix. He is your state record holder, set it yesterday, 45.08.
Ryan took command right from the start. He's got great open water out in the lead, putting it down the middle. I like how high in the water he's riding. Look at him going into that second turn, stays down low.
Mix out in front, leading Sherman and Bowens and Hager all from prep.
We're out a little bit slower from yesterday. Probably not going to have a record today, but there's no question who's going to win this race.
Ryan Mix pulling away. The junior from Columbus set a state record yesterday and today takes home the gold, a time of 45.45. Sherman finishing second, Sponsler is third, and Bowens fourth.
What a great swim. You know, remember, Ryan's just a junior. Maybe he wants to hold back a little bit. Mix coming into the wall here at the finish. Nice and high. Look at the timing on that finish. Well done.
So this is an extra minute or so. We need a TV timeout, about 1 minute TV timeout. That's a 500,
NET Sports coverage of the 2011 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by the Quest Center of Omaha, providing live performances throughout the year. For information, questcenter.com. And by the Nebraska Soybean Board, encouraging the use of renewable biodiesel fuels for a healthier environment. For information, nebraskasoybeans.org. So back at the Devaney Sports Center pool in Lincoln, Nebraska, along with Ray Huppert poolside, Matt Rye. I'm Larry Putney. Good to have you with us as we bring you state high school swimming action. Now to the girls' 50 free consolation. Shea Marcinski in lane 3. Megan Sinney's in 4. Carly Nelson in 5. Hadley Overhue is in 6. Alexa Gross and Christine Cullinan is in lane 8.
The longest race of the meet, the 500 free. So grueling to go 500 yards, and you'll see these girls from the start. They're going to want to get into a nice rhythm and hold a nice pace throughout the 500-yard free.
So underway in the 500 free. 500 free, 20 laps, 10 times down and back.
This is one of those races where you'll see differing styles. You know, we see our current leader using quite a bit of legs. Normally you'll see swimmers kind of back off, save their legs until the end, use their upper body for a majority of the race and bring the legs in for the final 100, 150 yards. We talked about some of the technology changes. One thing that swimming has set back is with the swimsuits. That was kind of the talk of the town here a couple of years ago with the high-tech suits that were coming out, and there was some thought that the suit was actually impacting the sport. It was trapping air and making the swimmer more buoyant. So USA Swimming, the international swimming body, and Nebraska State High School has taken a step back and has restricted the use of some of those high-tech suits, and I think it's been good for the sport.
So City in lane 4, Nelson in 5, Overhue in 6, all juniors from Lincoln Southwest, Lincoln East, and Columbus.
You know, and with that, what we're seeing now is it's the swimmers' performance, and the swimmers are setting the relay or the records rather than focusing on the swimsuit. The swimsuit isn't going to set the record. It's the person in the suit. And I think that was a good move by swimming.
Drew a lot of attention during the Olympics a couple of years ago. The new suits, it was the topic of conversation at about every meet, every time it was televised.
And it may set us back for a while before these swimmers physically can get back to that type of standard. But I think in the long run, I think we're much better off setting back to the old style suits. They're still pretty high tech. Race is sizing up nicely. We got 3 swimmers all going head to head. You'll see a lot of strategy with respect to lane position. All 3 of these girls swimming it right down the middle of the pool. They don't want to get on either side of the lane rope and give the swimmer next to them an opportunity to draft, much like what you see in NASCAR. Swimming's the same way. There is a certain wake right there that if the swimmer were to move over closer to the lane rope, they can get a little bit of a draft on the lead swimmer. Nice rhythm on all 3 girls. The stroke rate is very, well, not slow, but slower than what we would see, say, in a 200 or 100 freestyle. Their pace is consistent in this 500 free. Carly Nelson with a slight lead coming in at the turn.
Just ahead of Hadley Overhue, the junior from Columbus.
We've got 200 yards remaining, and Carly Nelson trying to get control right now, extend that body length lead.
Really pretty much looking for even splits in this as well. Is that right?
Real consistent. You'll see the coaches on the side there are giving their swimmers signals. These kids know exactly where they are at any point in the race. They put this race together, a strategy. They've got practice. They want to consistently hold a certain time in a 50. Now it's just a matter of the body going through the motions and getting it done. Would like to see Carly bring her legs in a little bit more for the final portion of the race. We'll see at what point she tries to kick it in.
Oh, coming up now on the 16th lap. So 4 more times down and back for Carly Nelson, who is in the lead.
This is where it gets tough. Each turn, they're trying to stay underwater long enough, get good underwater travel, and get the most out of that turn. But at the same time, they're exhausted and want to get that first breath.
You see the coaches at the far end and teammates putting those lap indicators into the pool so the athlete can look up and know exactly where they're at in the race.
You hate to swim too far in this race.
That's right.
And we hear the bells indicating the final 50. Carly's got a nice kick going right now for that last portion of the race. We'll see if lane 6 starting to make a move on Carly and get herself in position. I think it might be too much at this point, but we'll see on the final turn.
Good shot there of Carly Nelson turning. Hadley Overhue from Columbus coming on strong, trying to challenge.
Making a nice run.
It'll be tight at the finish. Here's Overhue and Nelson, and at the touch, it is Nelson just ahead of Overhue by 2/100ths of a second in a 500 free.
Boy, for 500 yards, it can't get much closer than that. I think Overhue really should have started making her move maybe a little bit sooner, and she probably could have won that consolation final by quite a bit. She was putting a nice move on in the last 50. Look at this finish. Carly's still with the lead right here, but she realizes Overhue making a run and full extension right at the finish. Excellent finish for Carly Nelson.
Ray is with another state champ poolside. Ray.
Guys, I'm with Ryan Mitch, a junior again from Columbus. Ryan, you were just up here. We were talking to you about the 50. Now it's the 100. And by the way, you set a new state record yesterday and came so close today.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
The one thing that Matt Rye pointed out, and I could see also from pool deck, you get your body so high on the water, and it's almost like you hydroplane. Is there anything you do to create that?
Yeah, I think my legs really give me a huge boost. It's almost like I can ride the wave on top of the water with my legs. It really gives me a huge boost.
It's like body surfing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell me about the turns. You hit all your turns real well, and you stayed underwater for a nice long time. How long do you want to stay under before you pop up?
I like to do a few 3-4 dolphin kicks and just little past the flags to get under some waves.
What about, as a junior, what's coming up for you this summer? What are you going to be doing?
I'll be practicing with Goal, and that's a club team from Omaha, and practicing hard there and hopefully bettering some of my times.
Our champion, Ryan Misch from Columbus. Congratulations, a double gold medal winner.
Thank you.
So Ryan takes the 50 and now the 100.
By the way, Ryan mentioned his club coach at Gold. The head coach for Goal is Tom Beck, our coach at Creighton Prep, and I think Tom's doing a nice job developing Ryan. If this guy can continue to improve, continue to be a student of the sport, I really think he has the potential to be one of the greatest swimmers to come out of Nebraska and go on to college and do great things.
Huh. Big statement.
Thanks.
He broke the state record in the 100 free yesterday, a time of 45:08. And here are the results of the championship final, 45-45 today. Knocking off Caleb Sherman, Keith Sponsler, Nick Bowens, Andrew Stivers, and Gavin Hager. And Mitch, a two-time gold today here at the State Swimming Meet. So down to the 500 free final on the girls' side, championship final. Miranda Block-Buller in lane 3. Kaylin Dorheim is in 4. Christy Kunkel, she finished second last year. She is in lane 5. Molly Kroger out of Omaha West Side, the junior, finished 4th last year. She'll be in lane 6. Amy Fisher, we talked about her earlier, just a freshman out of Southwest in Lincoln. She'll be in lane 7. And Mary Luddy, the freshman from Millard North, will be in lane 8.
Be interesting to see how Christy approaches this final individual race of her career in high school. Will she be aggressive? I think there's no question that she's going to win this race. It's just by a matter of how much, and she has some relays to finish up with as well, so she has that in the back of her mind as well. On top of that, Larry, we saw her mom here a little bit ago, and brother Billy Kunkel swimming in his conference meet in college. He won the 200 freestyle, so the Kunkel family now making their mark in college.
They're all over the place.
You'll see Christy, she gets out to a nice lead. Right now, she's just trying to find her rhythm, get on the pace that she set going into this meet, the pace that her and her coach decided on in practice. She wants to get into a nice rhythm and hold those 50s at the same time.
So Christy's out in front in lane 5. Molly Kroger in lane 6 is in second. The defending champion in this, Molly McNeil of Northeast, won it last year, but 2 years ago, Christy Kunkel was your state champ in this event.
I like the pace that Christy's out in. Her stroke rate is nice and smooth. She's not using much of her legs. She's saving them for later in the race. She looks real good at this point.
Kunkel with a lead over Molly Kroger. On the bottom of your screen, that's Mary Luddy.
I'm anxious to see the team points after this race. Marion was trying to make a move into that second place, but Westside has been looking good in the last few events.
Look at Mary Luddy right in front of the screen. Doing a nice job hanging in there.
You bet. Well, and Molly Kroger, she wants to hold on to that second place position to give Westside some points, so I'm sure she's going to want to slide up into this race here very soon.
So Kunkel well out in front, Mary Luddy in second. Kroger and Fisher side by side for third.
I think of all the races, this is the toughest one to swim in the prelim. You can't hold back because only the top 6 advance in the championship final. So there's no holding back, and then to have to come back that second day and swim it again, it's very painful. It's probably one of the most enduring races of the meet. Kelly's out about 4 seconds faster from where she was yesterday, so she isn't holding back anything. She wants to go out with the bang, and she not only wants to win the race, but she wants to drop her time as well.
Millard West qualified 22 swimmers for today's final, 12 in the championship final and 10 in the consolation final for a total of 22. Obviously Molly Kroger, Westside is with 10, and obviously Molly Kroger one of those 10 that Westside qualified. 9 in the championship final.
Well, and Molly needs to start getting a little more aggressive. She's currently in third and quickly could be in fourth because Amy Fisher's coming up, making a nice move in lane 7, the freshman from Southwest.
Marion, the other team that qualified 10 swimmers in today's girls finals, 7 into the championship final, 3 into the consolation final.
Christy Kunkel's about 5 seconds faster than where she was yesterday in this race.
Yesterday, time of 5:13 for Kunkel.
Van Blackbuck Buller out in lane 3 making a nice move as well, trying to put herself into this race.
Right now, by about a half a pool length, it is Christy Kunkel in command.
No question that Christy's going to win this race, go out a champion, winning her second event of the meet. Look at the legs coming in. Nice strong kick by Christy going into this final 50.
Really trying to get her to kick into this final 50 as she looks over at her coach's pool side and telling her, let's go, kick it in.
Luddy holding a nice second place finish there for Millard North. We'll see if Kroger can get herself into this race and at least keep third. I think it's too far for her to get into second.
So Luddy has second nearly wrapped up. And here is Christy Kunkel touching first, a time of 5:05.45. That is about an 8-second drop for Kunkel. Second, Luddy. Third, Kroger. And fourth is Fisher.
What a great way to finish her career for Marion. Christy she took command from the start, and there wasn't any holding back. She's just going to make sure look at her. There's nothing left in the tank there, Christy. Until the relay shows up, and then she'll find room.
I want to remind everybody, if you'd like a DVD of the NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championships, you can log on to netnebraska.org or give us a call at 1-800-868-1868. If you go to the website, just be sure to click on the Shop NET tab, and you can relive this year's exciting championships for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for sports. Well, now to the guys in the 500 free consolation. Kevin Bolt in lane 3, Alexander Cusack in 4. In 5 is Blake Frederick. Ethan Jacobson is in lane 6. Nick Kirkland in 7, and Austin Hall, the junior from Norfolk's, in lane 8. A couple of freshmen in there in lane 4 and lane 6 from Lincoln East and Bellevue West. We have freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior in this consolation final.
Well represented, both in class and school.
Yeah. Yep. There's a look at the lone senior, Blake Frederick. Yesterday's time of 4:51.86 was just about 7/10 away from getting him into the finals. So Frederick turned in the fastest time among these consolation finalists. But out of the boys, consolation 500 free. Take a look at on the boys' side.
Well, it looks like Kirkland out in lane 7. He wants to be the leader right from the start. Let's see if he can hang in there. You know, Larry, one of the changes that we've had in high school swimming, last year was the first year the NSAA has changed their rule that allows swimmers to swim in their club practice during the high school season, and that's a pretty big change for these swimmers. And I think it's been a good move overall. There seems to be a lot of work between the club coaches and the high school coaches. You know, I think the real key is continue that partnership. And I hope the club coaches always recognize that high school swimming is an important part of that season. And we're fortunate in Nebraska that we've got good high school swimming, and hope it stays strong in the years to come. Blake Frederick in lane 5, just kind of hanging back there. He's our top qualifier in this consolation heat, but seems to be happy sitting back and forth, just waiting to make his move. Boy, our top 3 swimmers, all of them in a nice rhythm. We've got a good race going right here. If they can hang on to this the whole way, we're going to see a great finish.
So in lane 4, that's Alex Kuzak from Lincoln East. Blake Frederick is in 5, Ethan Jacobson in 6.
We're out quite a bit faster from yesterday, about 2 seconds faster on the pace.
Andrew Nelson in lane 7 right there, challenging as well. Go down poolside to Ray. Ray.
You know, guys, the interesting thing about a 500 freestyle is the oxygen debt that you can create, because it's a race that covers over 4 and 5 minutes. So a lot of the swimmers, you'll notice, will breathe every 3rd stroke or breathe every stroke just to get into the rhythm. What's real interesting, and Matt can appreciate this, towards the end of the race, if you find a swimmer falling into oxygen debt, you'll see a lot of redness around the shoulder blades, the back. He's not supplying enough oxygen. It's so important that these swimmers get enough breathing on each lap, not to hold their breath. I know, Matt, in the breaststroke, you and I would breathe every stroke, but you just can't do that in the freestyle. So you're seeing them go either every other stroke or every 3rd stroke, but they're getting a lot of oxygen in, so they have that emphasis at the end to finish strong.
Ray, why did you say Matt could appreciate that?
Matt never swam over 100 yards.
I thought maybe it was.
He was, now listen.
I thought maybe he
and I don't
walked
want to slight Matt, because he was a great swimmer at Nebraska back in the early 40s.
Right, Big 6, right?
But actually, Matt was a Big 8 champion in the breaststroke, great swimmer. But when you start putting in the 500 free, that takes endurance, guys.
Well, he knows about oxygen debt nowadays because he has to walk up a flight of stairs every now and then.
That's right. For the record, I like the 200 breast. But you know, Ray, it's interesting. You do point out that oxygen debt. There's been a transition in training of the distance events, that they're actually viewing the 500 free more and more. They're seeing it as an anaerobic event because the times are getting faster, kind of like the Roger Bannister mile mark. These distance swimmers at the higher levels, they're going, you know, in the sub 4 minutes in a 400-meter free, that type of deal, that they're actually training this as an anaerobic race. So times are changing. Our lead swimmer right there, Kirkland, he took it right from in lane 6, Jacobson taking the lead and having a nice command going into the final 25.
So Ethan Jacobson, the freshman from Bellevue West, will touch just ahead of Kuzak in lane 4. So Jacobson wins the consolation final. Kuzak finishes second. In third is Hall of Norfolk, followed by Frederick of Lincoln Southeast.
Nice pace by Jacobson for Bellevue West. He put together his own race and just kept edging out in that back half.
So let's go back down to Ray with another state champ. Ray.
A very happy senior, Christy Kunkel. Another first place for Omaha Marion. Christy, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the 500 free. While the men were swimming, we were talking about oxygen debt and a breathing pattern.
Yeah.
What type of breathing pattern do you hold?
I try to do like 3 strokes, then breathe, and then breathe on the other side after 3 strokes so I see where everyone else is at too.
How difficult is it to maintain your streamline and still get the distance off the wall because you are holding your breath?
It's really hard. By the end, I don't really streamline that much. I'm so tired.
Well, you certainly look strong coming home. You had a nice kick. You rolled the water very high, elbows nice and high. You look so relaxed there.
Thank you.
Is this something that you practice on, just maintaining a certain pace?
Yeah, we do a lot of pace during practice, so I know where I'm at and stuff, so I can try to do it more controlled.
You know, tell me about the 500. That's the greatest distance or the longest distance we swim in high school, but you'll swim the 1,000, won't you, in US?
Yeah, they want me to swim either like the mile or 1,000 too, so.
What's the difference between those events?
The 500 is more of like a sprint compared to those, but I mean, on the mile ones, you got to take it out a little smoother.
Now, Christy, you started out with a pretty good lead and you were out in front. Is it easier to swim by yourself or do you need the competition?
I like going by myself. I try to focus on my own race, and that kind of helps me when I'm not really by anyone else, so I kind of like it.
I've heard a lot of distance swimmers say they get a song in their head.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your song?
We Are Who We Are by Kesha.
All right, now I don't know that. I'm back in the 50s and 60s. I'd always sing to Frank Sinatra, but that's good for you. I'll tell you what, Christy, congratulations. Our champion in the 500 freestyle from Omaha Marion, Christy Kunkel.
Thank you.
Absolutely stunned that Ray is not a big Kesha fan. It just floors me.
I thought Christy was going to be more a Black Eyed Peas type.
Right. Yeah. It's the song, it's not the artist, right?
That's right. Well, she's going out a champion again. What a great career.
So now introducing the state champ, Christy Kunkel.
You know, it's fun to not only appreciate a great swimmer, but Christy's a great person as well. She's a good competitor, a good friend to all these girls that, you know, if there's one swimmer I think everybody pulls for, it's the Kunkel girls.
So congratulations once again to Christy Kunkel. And let's take a look then at the final results of the girls 500 free. Christy Kunkel with her second gold of the day. Mary Luddy finishing in second from Millard North, and a terrific swim by Mary. Molly Kroger from Westside in third. Amy Fisher fourth. Miranda Vlach-Fuller in fifth. And Kaylin Dorheim finishing in sixth. Hey, guys, turn. Top 4 all returning from 2010, including the defending champ. So in lane 3, Zach Turman. Miles Hector finished third last year. He's in lane 4. Zach Jacobson is your defending state champ from Creighton Prep. He's in lane 5. Gasnick in lane 6, also from Prep. Andrew Nelson was last year's runner-up from Kearney. He's in lane 7, and Thomas Peets, Omaha West Side, in lane 8. So as we said, top 4 all back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jacobson, Nelson, Hector, and Peets all in this race. Jacobson, your defending state champ. There he is. Last year at a time of 4:40.81.
Gasnick trying to disrupt that finish. Got himself in that second spot right now and wants to stay there.
Caleb Sherman, the state record holder, 4:34.76 back in 2009.
You know, and this is one of those races we talk about Creighton Prep and their dynasty. It's also a benefit when you've got the swimmers that Creighton Prep has. I can tell you these three guys, they've been going head-to-head in practice for the last 6 months, that they know each other's strengths, they know each other's weaknesses, and this is just a walk in the park for them. It's really interesting to watch teammates go head-to-head in a championship final like this.
In lane 7, Andrew Nelson from Kearney. Finished second last year, right there with Jacobson.
Well, Andrew's throwing the gauntlet down, saying, hey, I want to be in this race, and I think I can take it.
Now poolside and hear from Ray again. Ray.
You know what's interesting, guys, and I watched this event, and Matt, Larry, you and I have been doing the state meet for years and years, but, you know, quite a few years ago, we'd see a lot of underclassmen swimming the distance. You know, today, look at it. 5 out of the 6 are seniors, 1 is a sophomore. I mean, we're getting more and more swimmers grasp that middle distance event. And I think it's really interesting that we've got this senior-dominated event. In the past, it just hadn't been that. You'd always see sophomores and freshmen and juniors in the event. So I don't know. I think we're, as coaches, we're finding out ways of training distance swimmers at the same time as we're training the 50, 100, 200 swimmers.
Well, it'd be nice to, I'm curious, what could Caleb Sherman do in this race?
Right.
You know, as he was right at a meet record in that 200 free. He holds the state record in this race. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what kind of time he could really go right now.
Well out in front right now in lane 5 is Zach Jacobson, the defending state champ.
Andrew Nelson's putting together a nice race out in lane 7 for Kearney, trying to disrupt that 1-2-3 finish for Prep. This is where you've really got to maintain your focus. It's that middle 200 that it's real easy to slip off of the pace. You know, out in lane 2, we've got Thurman trying to make a nice move and get himself into third in this race. I think at this next turn, he will be in third. So this is where those guys have really got to maintain their focus, stay on pace, keep that good stroke rate going, the power off of the walls. You know, and it'd be real easy to slip off.
Back down to Ray.
You know, guys, what's also interesting in this 500 free, and that is if you focus in on lane 5, Zach Jacobson. Zach maintains a nice 6-beat kick, even in the 500 free. And yet we got a lot of distance swimmers that will still work a 2 or 4-beat kick. In lane number 6, Robert Gasnick. Notice his feet are back there, keeping his lower body up on top of the water, but he's more upper arm swimming. So very interesting in the different types of ways to approach the 500 free.
And I think that goes to what we were talking about earlier, Ray, and that is that this race is becoming more and more an anaerobic race. We're kind of in between stages right now. You've got Jacobson with a nice lead. They are able to maintain that high stroke rate, the 6-beat kick the entire race. Now look at him going into this final 50. He's actually kicked it into an 8-beat kick.
So in lane 5, just 1 length of the pool left to go, and leading is Zach Jacobson from Creighton Prep.
Well, and Andrew Nelson's done a great job sliding into that second place position to disrupt, and out in lane 3, Thurman is moving into third.
So Jacobson touches first, takes the state title, followed by Nelson, Turman, Hector, Gasnick, and Peets.
Nice swim by Turman on the outside for Papillion La Vista.
So the 500 free title goes for the second year in a row to Zach Jacobson. Won it last year with a time of 4:40.8. This year, 4:40.53. Well, Nebraska's top high school bowlers competed for the state championships a few weeks ago, and NET Sports was there to capture all of that action. Be sure to be with us tomorrow morning as we bring you the 2011 Boys High School Bowling Championships, taped at Lincoln's Sun Valley Lanes. The action begins tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central. We hope you had a chance to see the girls, which competed last weekend. Now it's the boys' turn, and you don't want to miss all of that exciting action right here on NET Sports, Nebraska's home for sports.
I think.
So now to the girls' 200-yard free relay. This is the consolation final. Scott Mount Michael in lane 3. Southeast is in 4. Millard North in lane 5. The Spartans in 6. Lincoln Southwest in lane 7. And the Rockets of Lincoln Northeast in 8.
You talked about basketball in the pool earlier. I think that'd be better than bowling.
Probably.
Hey, take note, we've got 3 Lincoln schools in this race, so we might see a pretty good matchup of the Lincoln schools not wanting to give in to each other.
Right. So 200 free relay. Down and back 4 times, once per individual.
Excuse me, we have 4 Lincoln teams head-to-head right now.
Touching first, Lincoln Northeast at the bottom. Collins, Borer, Cullinan, Green, Kottmeyer, and Walrath, all part of that Northeast team. Right now in lane 6, up out early, Lincoln East. So Lincoln East now in the lead.
This is a fun relay because it's bragging rights of who has the fastest swimmers. That 50 free is kind of the benchmark of speed.
Still leading in lane 6, Lincoln East.
This is where having a little bit of a lead can become a tremendous advantage, especially on the exchanges. You've got clean open water that swimmer is diving into and can maintain that lead. Northeast coming on strong on the outside.
And still out in front.
Sophia Iaquinta.
Part of that Lincoln East team, along with Doherty, Hines, Nelson, Shipman, Rebecca Breeden, Rachel Nissen.
Coming up fast, look at Millard North in 5.
And here comes Millard North. Right there with Lincoln East now and overtaking the lead. Millard North right there at the touch, and it's
Millard North.
Bang, Millard North by 4/100ths of a second over Lincoln East.
There again, strategies are a little bit different. Lincoln East front-loaded their relay with speed at the beginning to get that clean open water. Millard North saved a swimmer for that last leg of the relay to finish it off right.
So behind Lincoln East in 3rd was Northeast. Southwest was 4th. Southeast 5th. And Scott Mount Michael in lane 3 was 6th. But Millard North team of Jones, Fisher, Luddy, Nye, Nissen, Renshaw, and Fendrick. Back down to Ray with another state champ, Ray.
Another state champ, his second one in a row, Zach Jacobson, and more points for Creighton Prep. Zach, congratulations on a great swim.
Thank you very much.
You know, 4:40.53. Last year you were right at 4:40. How'd you feel about the swim?
It's not quite the time I wanted to go, but I'll take it. I'm pretty happy with how I finished.
Is it easier for you swimming if competition's neck and neck with you?
Sometimes. I seem to do better when I'm out ahead, trying to distance myself. But yeah, it definitely helps having someone pushing you.
Tell me about the distance. Now, we've talked about you having a 6-beat kick, other distance swimmers, 2 4-beat kicks. You maintain more of a sprint attitude in the 500, don't you?
I just try to go as strong as I can. We do kicking in practice all the time, so my kick gets used to going through grueling stuff.
What about the turns? How important are they?
Well, they're really important. I could definitely use a lot of work on my turns, but I just try to come off with a good streamline.
So let's talk about the team right now. You guys are running away with the title. What do you think about Coach Beck?
Coach Tom is the best coach I've ever had, and I just want to say thanks, Tom. And just trying to help out the team.
Well, you're doing a great job helping them out. Hey, congratulations, our champion in the 500 free, Zach Jacobson.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Zach, and you really got a sense of the respect they have for Tom Beck, who's done a terrific job at prep.
Well, and I tell you, hats off to Tom that he has swimmers right now that have qualified for the state meet, and they're sitting possibly watching this broadcast.
Yep.
And they recognize that they are as much a part of this team title as the swimmers who are here. And Tom's done a good job of instilling that in those swimmers, and swimmers continue to go to prep knowing that they may not be on that state team. They also do a good job of recognizing that Tom may ask them to swim events they may not really want to swim, but it's what's best for the team.
So let's take a look at the final results then of the 500 free on the guys' side. Zach Jacobson finishing first, Andrew Nelson second, Jack Turman third, Hector Gasnick-Peets 4, 5, and 6. Well, now to the final of the girls' 200 free relay. In lane 3, Columbus. Lane 4, Omaha West Side. Duchesne last year finishing second. They are in lane 5. Defending state champ Millard West in lane 6. Omaha Marion finished third last year. They're in lane 7. Ralston Gross in lane 8. Millard, go ahead.
Larry, this is going to be a great race. There's a little bit of strategy here. Millard West is going to put Emma O'Connell first. Now, Emma is a very good 50 freestyler, don't get me wrong, but Ellie McGinn, earlier in the meet, we saw her in that 50 free run away. So they're saving that speed towards the end.
So it will be O'Connell in the pool first for Millard West in lane 6. Duchesne is in 5. Millard West is the 3-time defending champion in this event. And out early for Duchesne, Alex Balunas.
Alex is their best 50 freestyler. Duchesne wanting to get some clean open water, but right with her is Emma O'Connell.
Great job by O'Connell to stay right there. Janelle Jarrett in the pool for Duchesne. For Millard West, it's Kate McGinn.
The freshman for Millard West getting her taste of a championship relay.
Hanging right there with Jarrett. So Duchesne and Millard West side by side for the second straight leg. Millard West got in the pool quickly there, got a nice jump.
About 8/10 between them, that's quite a bit, but look for Faith, Millard West third leg swimmer, Faith Daly. She's got to close that gap. And I'll tell you what, there's no question in my mind, Ellie McGinn is the racer. Edge goes to Millard West at this point.
Brianne Lawrence in the pool for Duchesne. And now the final 50, down and back.
Look at Ellie McGinn in lane 6. Coming off the wall, looking good.
Ellie McGinn and Balunas side by side. McGinn is in 6, Balunas in 5. At the touch, it's McGinn and Millard West. 136.63.
Strategy just paid off for Millard West, saving Ellie McGinn at the end to race and win that final leg of the relay. Look at this finish. Balunas was coming on strong. Looked like she was going to get into the race, but on that last 12 and a half, it was Ellie McGinn going away.
So Millard West picks up more team points, extends that team lead that they had already had. They led Duchesne 145 to 77.5 in the team race through 13 events. Just extended that lead with another win. That Millard West team of all 8 of them, Madison Lammel, Kate McGinn, Emma O'Connell, Ellie McGinn, Karen Illig, Emily McCoy, Erin Olchin, and Faith Daly.
Big advantage having depth like that, Larry, that they can hold back some of their swimmers to swim in this championship today.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody, if you'd like to preserve these memories for a lifetime, you can order a DVD. Go online at netnebraska.org, or you can give us a call at 1-800-868-1868. $200 free relay consolation. Millard North in lane 3, Lincoln East in 4, Southeast is in lane 5, Elkhorn South in 6, Ralston Gross in lane 7, Omaha Central is in lane 8. This is the consolation final. Tight race right away.
Kind of fun. Lincoln East and Southeast, they went head-to-head in their conference title and went right down to that 400 free relay. So I'm sure they're wanting to get a little taste of win in this consolation.
Omaha Central led after the first leg, followed by Ralston Gross and Elkhorn. Turned a bit now as in lane 6, here comes Elkhorn South. And it's Ralston Gross now in the lead, followed by Elkhorn South, and Lincoln Southeast.
Southeast doing a nice job of keeping an edge in this race. This is where we're gonna see depth pay off. Ralston Gross not giving up out in lane 7.
Ralston Gross still with the lead as they touch for the final leg. Elkhorn still in second, Southeast in third.
Millard North at the top of the screen trying to make a move.
In lane 7, it's still Ralston Gross. Got a tight one because here comes Southeast in 5. Southeast
has the edge.
At the touch, it's Lincoln Southeast. 1/10 of a second faster than Ralston Gross.
Great finish by Lincoln Southeast. That final 12.5, just reeling them in. Here at the finish, look at this finish. Right down to the wall, reeling them in. Great extension, perfect timing on that touch, and that made the difference. Just 1/10 between those two teams.
So a terrific finish to that consolation final, and Ray is with Millard West, the state champs.
Well, guys, a very happy Millard West. Their time 1:36.6. State champions. Again, they were state champions in this event last year. Emma O'Connell, Catherine McGinn, Faith Daly, and Elizabeth McGinn. Congratulations, ladies. Now, what's the strategy, Emma, having you lead off? You were up against Alex Belunas, who is their top swimmer. Your strategy?
Was to go as fast as I could.
When you take off of the lead swimmer, what is your focus?
I just really want to keep a lead or catch up to the person in front of me and not get DQ'd on the start.
Talk about the start, Faith. I mean, do you guys practice this a lot in workout?
They're really important to us, and it's a main part of the race, so if you do good, you'll have a good race.
And Liz, anchoring, what a great anchor. I mean, you had a little clear water. What's going through your mind?
By that point, my heart's beating really fast because it's really close in this race because it's so fast, and I just want to get the lead and take off from there.
Congratulations to our champions from Millard West in the 200 free, time 1:36.6. Nice job, ladies.
You lose Shannon Guy in the relay, and you just plug in somebody else and come back and win it again.
Yeah, not to mention one of them's a freshman that can be around a little while.
No kidding. And Faith Day, or sorry, it'll be Kate McGinn. So again, that championship team from Millard West: Madison Lammel, Faith Daly, Kate McGinn, Erin Olchen, Emma O'Connell, Emily McCoy, Ellie McGinn, and Karen Illig. And those swimming in that final, the four swimmers, Emma O'Connell led it off, Kate McGinn, Faith Daly, and Ellie McGinn.
Well, like I say, that's the relay that you really enjoy winning because it gives you bragging rights that you've got the fastest swimmers depth-wise. You've got the fastest 450 swimmers, and it's just an honor to win this relay. Duchenne did a nice job. They put together a nice medley relay, a nice 200 free relay. They don't quite have the depth that they aren't going to have a 400 free relay in there to compete. So we'll see how that plays out for the team race. West Side in this back half of the meet. They've got to come back and score some points if they want to get that second place finish to Millard West.
Tracy Stoffer once again handing out the medals to his Wolverines, the state champs. Time of 1:36.63, the 200 free relay champs. Once again, for the 4th consecutive year, it's Millard West. So look at the final results then. Millard West finishing first. Duchesne was in second. Westside, Marion, Columbus, and Ralston, Omaha Gross. So now to the boys' consolation final, the 200-yard free relay. In lane 3, Millard North, Lincoln. Sorry, these are the finals. In lane 3, Papillion La Vista. In lane 4, Kearney. Creighton Prep in 5, Columbus in lane 6. Westside is in 7, and Scottsbluff in lane 8.
You know, Larry, that last relay, that was a big place finish for Westside getting 3rd. That edges them on points. I think the team scores are very tight right now for 2nd. So good place finish for Westside.
Caleb Sherman.
Remember, the 50, this first leg does count. If Caleb's able to pull off a fast time and break a record, it counts. So let's watch his split as a leader.
Caleb Sherman for Creighton Prep will start it off.
No question, Creighton Prep has the ability to set a state meet record in this race. They've got 4 horses to get it done, but look at Caleb Sherman with clean open water, and he's right there. It's going to be close.
Way out in front.
21:43 leadoff for Caleb.
Now he hands it off to Nick Bowens. And Nick well out in front of the field. Everybody else bunched up in a group. Kearney, Columbus, Westside, Papillion La Vista, Scottsbluff all there, but nobody near Creighton Prep. A lot of clean water out there.
They got to pick up the pace a little bit if they want to set that meet record.
Pat Malitti now in.
Pat Malitti, he's a leader of this team. Let's see if he can get him on pace again for that meet record. He's looking good, open water.
Malitti is moving. He will hand off to Hansen for the final 50 for Creighton Prep. Well out in front of the field.
Hansen was their breaststroker on that medley relay. We'll see him later in the meet. Coming into that final turn, stayed down low. It's going to be close. I don't know that we're going to get a meet record in here, but look at the distance that Prep has over 2nd.
126 is the record. They touch in 124.46, a new state record. Is that right?
No. 124.15 was the meet record. They were just off of that meet record.
0.3 off. Good catch, Matt.
But I'll tell you, that was a great swim. I don't think we've seen a team dominate like that. You know, they're able to just plug swimmers into the medley, plug different ones into the 200 free relay, and we'll see a different set at the end of the meet. Depending on how much gas they have left in the tank, I think that 400 free relay is the one that they have the best shot at a meet record.
So Prep finishes first, followed by Columbus and Kearney. So when we come back, we'll take a look at the boys' state diving finals. They were held on Thursday. We'll have all that action when we come back to the Devaney Sports Center pool in Lincoln. Stay with us.
Just a reminder, kids who participate in high school activities tend to go a little farther than those who don't. Take part. Get set for life.
You know, many years ago when I was about 8 years old, I got the opportunity to watch a box turtle behind my house lay her eggs. And watching that turtle go through all that effort, it just piqued my curiosity, and I wanted to learn more and read more. My entire job is science. I want children to get connected with science and utilize the technology and the engineering abilities, because each one of us has the ability to change the world.
To find out what you can do to inspire a young person, visit connectamillionminds.com.
At U.S. Bank, we support athletics, the arts, and anyone with a dream. Support that's not just about money. It's about investing our time and our care to make the most of the places we call home. That's the power of U.S. Bank. All of us serving you.
And welcome back to the Bob Devaney Sports Center, State High School Swimming Diving Championships on NET. Glad you could join us. Want to remind everybody, log on to facebook.com/NET Sports and become a fan. You can leave questions, comments, and see what happens behind the scenes. Plus, follow what's coming up next on NET Sports. It's fast, fun, and easier than ever to be part of Nebraska's only statewide sports network on facebook.com/NET Sports. In the intermission here, let's go back to Thursday, the state boys diving competition we held. We showed you the girls earlier. Now time to take a look at the guys state diving championships. We'll take you to the final round. This would be the final 3 dives of each individual making it into the finals. So let's start with Lucas Martin, a senior from Beatrice. His first dive of the finals. Martin, the backwards somersault, 1.5 twist, a difficulty of 2.3. Score of 29.9. He would be in 7th after the first round. Todd Lutzinger, sophomore from Scott Mount Michael. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 2.1 degree of difficulty. Score of 30.45. Matt Kreutzer from Kearney. Matt will try a forward 2.5 somersault. Over rotation, score of 25.2. Clayton Paulson, a senior from Lincoln Northeast. Clayton will try a back somersault, 1.7 degree of difficulty. And because of that low degree of difficulty, just 10.2 there. Kevin Cush from Scott Mount Michael. A back dive, 1.6. Kevin has a nice dive here. Very nice looking. 37.6. That would put him in 3rd after the first round. Millard West's Noah Battenhorst, his first dive of the finals. A back 1.5 somersault. 2.0 degree of difficulty. 28 was his score there, put him in 10th place. Eric Gustafson from Lincoln Southeast. Gustafson, forward 1.5 somersault with 2 twists, 2.6 degree of difficulty. What a dive. Toughest degree of difficulty for him in the first round. That put him in 1st place after round 1. David Green from Northeast. Reverse dive.
Degree of difficulty is 1.7 on this. 34.85 points. Now we've got Addison Boschult from Ralston. He'll do a reverse dive, 1.7. Nice height. Straight into the water, 34.85. Tyler Dvorak doing his first dive. Papillion La Vista, reverse. DD 1.7. 3 reverses in a row. Little short on that. 25.50 points. Nate Hoffman, a junior from Omaha West Side, doing a forward 2.5. 2.4 degree of difficulty. Real important to get good height. Nice rotation, little short on the entry. 37.20. And now we've got Brian Hansen from Lincoln East doing an inward double, 2.8, very high DD. Real important to get rotation, get away from the board. Nice entry. He actually over-rotated on that, 51.8. Going into the second round, we've got Lucas Martin from Beatrice. Lucas is doing an inward 1.5, 1.5 DD. Inward dive, I'm sorry, straight. Feet were a little bit over the top, 17.25. Puts him in 8th. Up next is Todd Lutzinger. Todd's from Scott Mount Michael doing a back dive, 1.6. These are just very simple dives, but if they're done well, they can score some strong points. Nice clean entry into the water, gives him 28.80 to move into 5th place. Matthew Kreitzer from Kearney doing a forward 1.5 with 1 full twist, 2.2 degree of difficulty. Sometimes the high DD can work for you, sometimes it can work against you. Not enough height on that dive, a little short on the entry. 16.5 points to move into 10th place. Clayton Paulson from Lincoln Northeast. Clayton's going to do a forward double somersault, 2.3 degree of difficulty. Got to get some height off the board. Quick rotation, over-rotated on that dive. It's going to cost him a little bit, 25.30. He moved up into 11th place. Kevin Koch from Scott Mount Michael doing a back somersault with 1.5 twists, 2.3 DD. It's hard to get that rotation on the twist to come all the way around 1.5 times. Should be facing us. Nicely done. Good entry, no splash. 46 points on that dive to move into 3rd. This is Noah Batenhorst from Millard West. Noah's going to do a 1.5 forward somersault, 1.6 degree of difficulty. Nice height. Clean entry into the water. 26.40 to move him up into 9th place. We've got Eric Gustafson coming up for Lincoln Southeast. An inward 1.5, 2.2 degree of difficulty. Nice clean entry to pull it into the water. Nice dive. 49.5 points on that to take the lead. David Green. David's a Lincoln Northeast diver, a forward double, 2.3 degree of difficulty. Nice entry into the water, made the full rotation, 37.95 points. Here comes Addison Bushult for Ralston Gross. Addison's going to do a back 1.5, 2.3 DD. Tough dive to make sure you get the height, the rotation, but you want to get away from the board. Little over rotation there. 41.40 points to move to 2nd place. Tyler Dvorak coming up for Papillion La Vista, back 1.5 with 1/2 twist, 2.1 degree of difficulty. Here we'll see how important it is to finish that rotation. That would be a failed dive. Nate Hoffman, Omaha West Side, doing a reverse somersault, 1.7 DD. Little ways away from the board, but gets 22.95 points. Brian Hansen for Lincoln East. Brian's going to do a reverse double, 2.3 degree of difficulty. Pretty high DDs for Brian in these last 2 dives. Nice rotation, a little short on the entry, 28.75. Coming into the final round, we've got Lucas Martin for Beatrice doing a back 1.5, 2.0 degree of difficulty. Over rotated a little bit for Lucas, 29.0.
So here's Todd Lutzinger, his 3rd and final dive of the competition from Scott Mount Michael.
Todd's going to do a forward 2.5, 2.4 degree of difficulty, pretty high DD. Important to get good height. Got the rotation, snuck it into the water for a clean entry, 38.40 points.
Matt Kreutzer from Kearney.
Matt's doing an inward 1.5, 2.4 DD. Again, wants to get both the height and get away from the board. Snuck it in there for 36 points and moving into 10th place finish.
Noah Battenhorst, the sophomore from, this is Clayton Paulson from Lincoln Northeast.
Clayton's going to do a reverse double, 2.3. Nice height. Clean, got into the water, snuck it in there for 26.45 points and a 12th place finish.
Kevin Cush, the senior from Scott Mount Michael.
Kevin's doing a very high DD, a reverse 2.5, 3.0. He can pull some big points because of that degree of difficulty. He's got to get up high and start his rotation very quickly. Snuck it in there nicely, 36 points, 3rd place finish.
Fairly excited there. Noah Battenhorst from Millard West, the Wildcats.
Bill's doing a reverse 1.5, 2.1 DD. Over rotated, 22.05 points, 9th place finish.
Eric Gustafson from Southeast.
Eric's our leader, gonna finish it off with an inward double, 2.8. Pretty high DD on this dive, can score a lot of points. Gets away from the board, great rotation, nice entry, very clean, 53.20, and he's our winner.
Here's David Green, Northeast.
David's doing a reverse 1.5 with a half twist, 2.2. Pretty clean entry. He got 38.5 points on that dive to finish 6th.
There's Addison Boschel, your defending state champ. Addison well behind leader Eric Gustafson and would need just a huge dive here to take the lead.
Doing a back somersault 2.5 twists, 2.7. That was the dive of the meet.
Boy,
highest point total, 59.40.
He did get the huge dive, just not big enough as he would finish in 2nd. Here's Tyler Dwork.
Tyler's doing a forward 2.5, 2.4. Over rotation, 31.20 to move up into 11th place.
Nate Hoffman from Omaha West Side.
Nate's doing a forward somersault with 2 twists. Just snuck it around, 2.3, got 27.60 points for a 7th place finish.
And here's Brian Hansen.
Brian's gonna do a back 1.5 with a half twist, 2.1. Nicely done. Brian pulled 38.85 to get a 4th place finish there.
So that concludes the diving competition for the guys, and now a look at our medalists as they head to the medal stand. There's Addison Boschalt, who was the, oh, sorry, that's Eric. There's Eric. That was Addison. There's
Boy, what a
There's Eric
great improvement for Eric. He was 445.6 in the Heartland Conference meet. He's scoring 472.35 here.
Pushed ahead of Beauchalt after the 8th round leading into the finals, and he beat the defending champion Addison Beauchalt, whose best this year was 5'10". So big win for Gustafson. And Jody Millard chatted with Eric Gustafson on Thursday after the competition.
Eric, last year you were a bronze medalist. This year, you know, you overcame second place to win. How does it feel this year?
It feels amazing. Just like to see all my hard work pay off in the end. It just feels great.
And this year was your highest score with 472. You know, how does it feel to get your top score?
It feels great to do your best at the very end. It's a really rewarding feeling just to know that you put it all out on the line and it paid off.
So what's your goal for next year?
I guess to come back and learn some new dives and build on what I've done this year.
All right, well, thank you and congratulations, Eric.
Thank you.
So congratulations once again to Eric Gustafson, who pulled off the upset and came from behind, taking over that lead in the 8th round and holding on to win the state diving championship. And boy, that tradition of terrific divers at Lincoln Southeast continues. We are at the intermission. When we come back, we'll take a look at the boys' 200-yard free relay. That's all coming up when the State High School Swimming and Diving Championships continue from the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln.
This isn't Madison Square Garden. These drills probably won't make anyone a #1 draft pick. But these players are practicing for something important. While they work on their jump shots, they're also learning teamwork, discipline, self-confidence, how to deal with wins and losses. Skills that will make them winners long after they leave the court. Support high school activities in your community, because when kids take part, they get set for life.
I just wanna be okay, be okay, be okay. I just wanna be okay today. I just wanna be okay, be okay, be okay. I just wanna be okay today. I just wanna feel today, feel today, feel today. I just wanna feel something today. I just wanna be okay, be okay, be okay. I just wanna be okay today.
Support for programming is brought to you by Quest Center Omaha, featuring comedian Jeff Dunham, performer Lady Gaga, and country musician Kenny Chesney, all coming in March. For ticket information, questcenteromaha.com.
Hey, college doesn't just happen. You have to be a pain, in a good way. Find someone to help you, like a mom, a dad, a teacher, or a coach. Just keep asking until you find someone who will. There were adults in my life who helped me take the right classes in high school, apply for scholarships, and research colleges. Thanks to them, I made it to college. And so can you. You just have to ask someone for help. This is one time it's okay to be a pain.
This is NET Television.
NET Sports coverage of the 2011 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by the Nebraska Public Power District, applauding the dedication, teamwork, and sportsmanship of Nebraska's high school athletes, and by the Quest Center of Omaha, providing live performances throughout the year. For information, questcenter.com. And welcome back to the Devaney Sports Center pool along with Matt Rye. I'm Larry Putney. Good to have you with us as we continue these state high school championships. I want to remind you, if you'd like to preserve these memories for a lifetime, you can order a DVD. Just log on to netnebraska.org and click the Shop NET tab, or you can give us a call, 1-800-868-1868, and relive this year's exciting championships for years to come. NET is Nebraska's home for sports. So here's, take a look at the updated team scores. You see Millard West, and I should apologize right now. I think a couple of times today I've said the Millard West Wolverines, and obviously I mix my metaphors and my mascots because it's actually the Millard West Wildcats. I can explain to you why I said the West Wolverines, but you wouldn't believe me anyway. So West Side is in second, Marion third, Duchesne is in fourth, and Columbus. The Discoverers, I'm pretty sure that one is in fifth. Creighton Prep leads on the guys' side with a commanding lead, 309 to 85 over Kearney, Papillion La Vista East and Southeast. Maybe I should be forced just to do the rest of it just using mascots only.
Better you than me.
Yeah.
Hey, we got great team races, though, going for second, don't we?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's going to be down to that 400 free relay.
Lauren Ayers from Southwest is in lane 3. Bernal is in 4. Overhue from Columbus is in 5. Schaub is in 6. Collins in 7. And Wackel from the Thunderbolts of Pius 10th is in lane 8.
Pius making that presence known with Hannah Wackel on the outside.
Very young program the Thunderbolts have. Easy to pick out those bright yellow caps, though. I like that. A 100-yard backstroke. Hadley Overhue in lane 5 from Columbus with the best time in this consolation final yesterday, 101.23.
Overview with great underwater travel. She stayed under for quite a while to take the lead right from the start. Rest of the swimmers came up very quickly.
Bernal is in lane 4.
Hey, look at Hannah Wackel on the outside for Pius, trying to make the Bolts statement here in the meet.
She's in second after 50 is Hannah. In lane 5, Hadley Overhue. Still with that lead.
Overview's got great underwater travel. I like how she comes off that wall and gets a great dolphin kick. That's what's making the difference in this race right now. Coming up in 4, though, is Bernal.
Bernal, Overhue right there. Ayers is there as well, but at the touch, it's Overhue in lane 5, 101.46, 5 100ths ahead of Bernal from Scott Mount Michael.
The underwater travel for Overhue is what made the difference right from the start, staying down under, getting a great dolphin kick, and I think that gave her the edge at the finish.
Finishing in 3rd was Schaub of Ralston Gross, and 4th, Wackel of Pius. Down to Ray with another state champ. Ray.
Well, and it's nothing new for these guys. Creighton Prep, our winners in the 200-yard freestyle relay. Leading off was Caleb Sherman. 2nd was Nicholas Bowens. 3rd was Patrick Melitti. And number 4 was Stephen Hansen. And guys, what an outstanding swim. 124.4. You were so close to that record, Caleb.
Yeah, we were pretty close, yeah.
Obviously, the strategy was they wanted to lead out front. They gave you a shot at the 50. How'd you feel about it?
You know, I'm not used to it, you know, not doing the 50 much, but I liked it. It was fun.
Nick, what's it like taking off of Caleb?
Man, it's great. I mean, once he touches the wall, you just got to go as fast as you can.
Pat,
I love it.
I had you at a split of 20.7. How do you think about that?
I was happy about it. Same time I went last year.
Tell me about the starts, Pat. I mean, it's got to be so close.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've been working on them a lot. Sometimes I think we get a little hesitant because we don't want to get disqualified, but we try our best to hit them right on.
And Stephen, anchoring this relay, what goes through your mind?
Just trying to get that swim as fast as I can and try to get that record, but we were a little bit off. And we won't be back here next year, but we're all going to swim and just trying to get that record and trying to swim fast.
Absolutely, all seniors. You won't see them next year, but you'll see new ones coming up. Our champions, Creighton Prep, congratulations.
I tell you, Prep's reaching a point where their records simply will not be broken each year. They may have to wait an extra year. So, and for sure, that point total, it's getting so high that this could be the year that we see as close to perfection as you can get.
Already at 309 team points is Creighton Prep. I know we've mentioned it a couple of times, but last year they were the first high school team in the state of Nebraska in the state championships to exceed the 400-point level, and they may shatter that this year.
I think they're on track that they could be in the 430-point range. Wow.
So the Junior Jays making their way to the top of the podium. And there's Coach Beck to present the medals. Coach Beck yesterday after the preliminaries said it's as good an opening day at the state tournament as he could ever remember a prep team having.
That says a lot. You know, we're seeing a lot of these high school coaches, they're active in the swimming community. Many of them are club coaches as well, so it's kind of nice to see that consistency of both club and high school together.
So there was your winning time, 124.46. Columbus was second. Kearney, Westside, Papillion La Vista, and Scotts Bluff rounding out the top 6. So now to the girls' championship final, the 100-yard backstroke. In lane 3, Brianna Lawrence. Lane 4, Kira Lindholm. She is your defending champion. Emily Green is in 5. Erin Olchen finished second last year. She's in lane 6. Meredith Wiekesser is in lane 7 from Lincoln Southeast, and Taylor Rieselman is in lane 8 from Omaha Burke.
Well, the big question here is, can Kira Lindholm defend that title much like she did in that 200 IM? She looked great in the 200 IM. There was nobody going to come after her there. And I think we're going to see the same type of deal in this race as well. She was not shaved, wore a slower suit yesterday, so I'd look for her to drop big in this championship heat.
So a rematch of the two ladies who finished 1-2 last season. The state record held by Marion's Karen Chris back in 2006. Emily Green, the senior from Northeast, had the best time in the prelims. Lindholm and Olchen, probably your favorites in lane 4 and 6. And there you see 1, 2, 3 right there together.
Emily Green taking the lead at the 50. We're out a lot faster from yesterday.
Green still right there. Here comes Olchen now.
Lindholm is really shining on this third 25. It's going to come down to that final turn. Emily Green staying down under a little bit longer. Kira Lindholm getting right on top, but look at Olchen in lane 6.
Olchen in 6 is opening up the lead a bit, and Olchen touches first. The Wildcats win it.
Erin Olchen had a great final turn and underwater travel to make it happen. That last 25 was hers. What a great finish for Erin Olchen. Look at her putting it right down the middle, head nice and straight, and dive in for that finish. Great lunge at the finish for Erin Olchen to win the race.
Olchen finishes first, followed by Lindholm, Green, Wiekesser. 1, 2, 3, 4. And congratulations to Olchen. Now the boys' turn. 100 back. This is the consolation final. Cameron Smith is in lane 3. The sophomore from Creighton Prep, Chris Chavez, is in 4. Thomas Peets in 5. Ethan Jacobson, a freshman from Bellevue West, is in 6. In lane 7, Yorick Vanessa is in lane 7 from Central. And Jay Nelson from Elkhorn South is a senior in lane 8.
Another well-rounded heat. We've got some freshmen, sophomore, no juniors, and a couple of seniors. 3 seniors. You'll notice on the start of this race, many of these gentlemen, they'll keep their backs straight and just raise their bodies in the water, keeping their backs perfectly straight and almost standing upright. They feel like this gives them better reaction time, better distance on the start. Good height entry into the water. Look at the underwater travel there in lane 4.
Oh yeah, Chris Chavez from Creighton Prep, just a sophomore.
They are required to come up at least 2/3 of the way down, so they can't stay under the entire race, but they stay as long as they can.
Really helped Chavez as he is now in the lead. 50 to go. Chavez in lane 4, the sophomore from Creighton Prep.
Chavez out 3/10 faster from his time yesterday and taking a good command of this race.
Peets and Jacobson challenging. Peets in lane 5, Jacobson in 6. And up early on the turn in lane 5 is Peets.
I think Peets hit it quick coming into that final length, got up quick and really picked up his stroke rate at the wall.
And so Peets wins the consolation final, 54-94. Chavez is second, followed by Jacobson.
Peets really did a nice job on his final 25. Look at that stroke rate, how much faster he is compared to Chavez right next to him at the top of the screen. Coming into the wall, right now he's sizing that finish up to get a full extension and dives into the wall right on time.
So let's go back down to Ray with Erin Olchen from Millard West.
A very happy Erin Olchen. She just won the 100 butterfly not too long ago. Now she's back here talking to us after winning the 100 backstroke. Erin, congratulations. 28-7 out to 29-2. That's almost even splitting.
Yeah, I usually do negative split that.
Well, now, one thing that a lot of our spectators and our audience out there don't realize, but you know, in the backstroke, you don't get to see the wall.
Yeah.
Now the flags sit 5 yards out. How long did it take you to get a sense of where the wall is?
I really practiced it in warm-ups, but I've swum in this pool before, so I have my stroke count down pretty well.
And tell me about that stroke count, because you were so strong coming off the wall. Do you try and maintain a certain count on each lap?
Yeah, I do. Once I see the flags, I do 2 strokes and then flip.
2 strokes and flip. Well, what a great swim. She's only a sophomore. She'll be back. It's Erin Olchen from Millard West.
Thank you.
So congratulations to Erin once again. Second gold today in just her sophomore year.
What a great meet for the sophomore. Erin just won her second event, and now the challenge comes. You've got Christy Kunkel. She's won 2 events. Erin's won 2 events. Who's the swimmer of the year? You know, both of these swimmers have had fantastic meets. You could argue that Erin probably deserves swimmer of the year, contributing to those relays, and of course Millard West on their way to a state championship title. So good swims out of all of these girls.
So now introducing the state champ, Erin Olchen. Finished second last year as a freshman, wins it here as a sophomore.
Tracy's got to be thrilled to have her coming back next year. Great leader.
So congratulations to Erin Olchen. And here's a look at the final results. Olchen of Millard West, Kira Lindholm of Marion, Emily Green of Northeast, 1, 2, 3, Weekesser, Rieselman, and Lawrence round out the top 6. Those are your medalists in the girls' 100 back final. Now to the guys' 100 back final. Zach Gober is in lane 3 from Creighton Prep. In fact, 3, 4, and 5 all from Creighton Prep. Andre Wilt, Will Rayner in lane 5. Glover is in 6, Sponsler in 7, Mike Stein in 8. And earlier when I said there were the 3 best times, or 3 of the best times in the history of the state, this is the race that we were referring to. The boys 100-yard back, top 3 from 2010 all return, and 3 of the top 6 performers in the state history in terms of time are in this race.
Larry, I think we could be watching what's not only who's going to get the state title, but what could be a state record on the table right now. Andre Wilt and Will Rayner, I think, are going to go head-to-head to decide who gets that state title.
Well, Will Rayner. Rayner in lane 5 set the state record yesterday in the prelims. You see the time, 50.3. His teammate, Andre Wilt, set the state record last year in the prelims. So your last 2 state record holders in this race, both from Creighton Prep, Wilt and Rayner, lanes 4 and 5. But
Well, I'll
don't
tell
forget
you,
about Glover.
Rayner went really deep on the start and on the turn, and look at Sponsler out in lane 7. He's saying, look, guys, I'm in this race too.
And in lane 6 as well, there's Robert Glover. He finished 3rd last year, just a sophomore from Millard South.
I think Will Rayner has this going away. I don't know if Glover can pull it off here.
Rayner and Glover coming close at the wall. The touch goes to Glover. The sophomore from Millard South, Glover, 50.42, 1/100th of a second faster than Rayner.
They didn't get the meet record. Will Rayner still is the meet record holder, but what an awesome swim for Glover at Millard South. Unbelievable. I think Will's shell-shocked at this finish. Look at Glover coming down the finish. I thought Will had it, and right those last 5 yards, he just snuck his hands right in for that 1/100th finish.
What a finish in the 100 back. Robert Glover finished 3rd last year here at State in his freshman year.
Larry, that was a finish we call who cut their fingernails last. Because I really thought that Will had it coming in 5 yards to go. Glover just came on from the flags in and dove in for the perfect touch. Just came over the top.
1/100th of a second different as Glover dethrones both Rayner and Wilt. Now to the girls, consolation, a 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 3, Madison Besch from Millard West. Anna Rosloff of Marion is in 4. Carly Wallmeyer of Grand Island is in 5. Laura Mix of Columbus in lane 6. Jamie DeBalt of Scott is in 7, and Krista Van Wee of Grand Island in 8.
Boy, that race, what an awesome swim. We could get used to that kind of race. Glover's just a sophomore, too.
There's a look at Mix and Daybalt. Daybalt from Scott Mount Michael.
Remember, our team race is pretty tight. Those last team scores we had, I think Westside was ahead by 8 points or thereabout. They don't have anybody in the championship or consolation, so Anna Rosenhoff, she's got to move up to get them back into that team race.
So this the 100-yard breaststroke.
The breaststroke, they're allowed to do an underwater work. As the race progresses, it's pretty tough to stay underwater, hold your breath that long, but it's a big advantage to get that underwater and dolphin kick coming off of each turn.
Tight race through the first 50. Touching first in lane 6 is Mix.
But I'll tell you, it's anybody's race coming off that wall. All 6 of these girls could win this consolation final. Rosenloff looks like she's making a nice move this third 25, but I don't think it's quite enough.
Wallmeyer and Mix, both freshmen in lanes 5 and 6. And in lane 6 right now, it's Mix with the lead.
She's running away with it. She's got it won.
Pulling away is Mix, the freshman. She will touch first, followed by Daybalt from Scott. 3rd to Wallmeyer, and 4th, Van Wee in lane 8.
Mix is having a great meet. The freshman from Columbus. Look at this finish. You want to time it so that you get a nice kick right into the wall and fully extend the arm. She's sizing the wall up now. A little bit short on the wall. But hey, the freshman's going to learn quick and come back next year and be a little better yet.
So an upset champion of the boys' 100-yard backstroke, and Ray's with him.
All right, guys, a very happy sophomore down here from Millard South, Robert Glover. Robert, I'll tell you, what a great finish. What a great swim.
Just try to go as fast as I possibly could. And
I'll tell you what, the talk seemed to be about Wilt and Rayner, and you being the sophomore, you just wouldn't back down, would you?
Nope, no sir.
I'll tell you what, I have to commend you because I thought your turns were all real tight. You hit them well, you came up, and you stayed high on the water, and your finish, when you talk about a difference of 1/100th of a second, 1/100th of a second, you can credit that to your finish.
Yes, I really just wanted to go as fast as I could, and I hit the finish. I didn't think I had won, so I looked up at the clock. I still can't believe it.
Well, let me ask you this. Obviously, it's so close a race. Are you aware of where Rayner was?
I just figured we would be dead even because he's a really fast guy. It's great to compete against, and just glad I came up on top.
All right, Robert, congratulations to you and Millard South, our champion in the 100 backstroke.
Yes, sir.
You saw the emotion there when he looked up and realized that he had touched first.
Tell you, that was reminiscent of the Michael Phelps finish in Beijing of that 100 fly. You're watching the race saying, Wilt's got it.
Yep.
And then, well, where'd this guy come from? That arm came over the top and touched first. What a great win for Glover, and only a sophomore.
Great moment for the Millard South sophomore. So congratulations to Robert Glover.
What an honor. My friend, you just knocked off two tough seniors and state record holders to boot.
Believe in magic is what he had on his hand. Let's take a look at the way it finished up. Robert Glover wins it. Will Rayner in second, Andre Wilt third, Keith Sponsler in fourth, Zach Gober and Mike Stein round out the medalists. Now to the final of the girls' 100-yard breast. Sophia Nelson is in lane 3, Karen Illigs in 4, Katie Ditter in lane 5, Taylor Cowder in 6, Jordan Leinhardt is in 7, and Yan Yan Yang is in lane 8 from Elkhorn. We will have a new champion in this event with the graduation of Shannon Guy. So 3 of these.
This is probably a weaker event for Millard West. It's tough to reload after Shannon the last 4 years, but Karen Illig going to try to make her mark and maybe move up in this race.
Illig finished 3rd last year. She's the highest returning finisher in this event. Counter finished 4th. Ditter was 6th last year.
Yeah, Ditter's taking it right from the start and going into that turn. I like her being aggressive in this race.
Ditter right there with Illig and Counter.
Illig making a move on that second 25. I think Illig's got the lead right now. We're out a lot faster than we were yesterday.
Katie Ditter still with the lead, but being pushed on either side by Karen Illig in lane 4, Taylor Counter in 6.
Third 25 is important, and I'd say it went to Ditter on that length. Ditter's going away on the underwater work right now.
Ditter still with the lead. Here they come to the touch. Ditter out in front. Ditter from Ralston Gross touches first. Just ahead of Counter. Linhart finishes in 3rd and Illig in 4th.
What a great back 50 for Ditter. You know, I think that third 25 is where she just put herself in position to win this race, and coming down at the finish this last 12 and a half, look at how smooth she is. Body's moving forward at all times. Pretty big glide right there at the end, and enough to win. She's just a junior. She'll be back again next year.
Katie Ditter takes the gold in the 100 breast for the girls.
Tough swim for Katie, holding off a senior Karen Ellig in that race. That was no cakewalk for her, but she did a nice job putting that race together on the back 50.
Out of the boys' consolation, 100 breaststroke, Kyle Herdig is in lane 3, Evan Gensler in 4, Alex Penrice in 5, Kirk O'Connell, Patrick Moret, and John Overman.
You know, this is the other race that I would point to demonstrate the depth that we're seeing in Nebraska swimming. It took a 59 to get into the championship final. Larry, it wasn't very long ago a 59 would have won this race.
So the 100 breast. Penrice, the sophomore from Creighton Prep, with the best time yesterday in the prelims, 100.77, 1 minute .77.
Got a little delay here going. I'm sure Tom Beck would really like to see Alex maintain that position and win this consolation final. They're closing in on that team title and the point scoring total. And these extra couple of points will make a big difference. There have been a couple of spots here so far that Prep's actually slipped down a little bit, one being that 100 backstroke that we saw in the last event. And, you know, they got to make those points up.
So now we're ready to go. 100-yard breast for the boys. This is the consolation final.
Keep your eye on Kirk O'Connell in lane 6 from Kearney. I thought Kirk was the kind of guy that would have been in that championship final, but it took a lot of speed to get in.
The 2 sophomores, 3 seniors, and a junior here in this consolation final. Penrice in lane 5 from Prep, he's the sophomore. To his right, Kirk O'Connell from Kearney, the senior in lane 6 with the early lead. Top of the screen as well, Kyle Herdig from Scotts Bluff.
Well, we got a good race going. Looks like Kirk on the outside, Overman at the bottom of your screen, just slightly ahead of O'Connell in lane 6. Again, this third 25, all important.
Still with the lead in lane 6, Kirk O'Connell.
I like his stroke rate. He's really picked up that pace going on that final 25 coming into the wall.
Penrice right there. Fade at the end, touching first. Down at the bottom in lane 8, Overman came from nowhere.
Look at the differential, first through fourth. About 0.2 of a second between first and fourth.
So Overman finishing first, second was Penrice, third was Moret, and O'Connell, who led nearly the entire way, faded to fourth.
And I think it was the finish that made the difference. Overman had a nice finish, kicked into the wall, and that made the difference. I think Kirk looked a little bit short on the wall.
So that was the boys 100 breast consolation final. Championship final to come, but first here's Katie Ditter with Ray.
Guys are very excited. Katie Ditter, a junior from Ralston Gross. You know, Katie, last year you were 6th in this event, and the year before, your freshman year, you didn't even qualify. What has happened in 1 year?
I don't know. I started club swimming like full-time last year, so I really think that helped a lot.
Well, I know Docker's got to be extremely excited with your performance. Yeah. Your third 25 was outstanding. You cruised in at a 31.2, you come back in a 34.6, but you took control on that third 25, and your turn was outstanding. How much emphasis do you put on that?
A lot. That was the last thing my coach said to me, was make sure you nail that last turn.
And tell me, in the breaststroke, we get one arm pull, one leg kick before you surface. How tough is it to stay under for that long?
Well, I really don't think it's that hard. I could go the whole pool, but...
Well, you certainly stretched that stroke all the way to the finish. It was a great swim. 6th to 1st, we going to dominate this event now?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Guys, our champion in the 100 breaststroke. Only a junior from Ralston Groves, Katie Ditter, congratulations.
Thank you.
So Ditter outlasts Illig and Counter.
You know, and she mentioned something interesting. She just started swimming club here about a year ago. If there's a message we could send to all these swimmers anymore, if you want to make it into that championship heat, you really need to be swimming year-round. This is a demanding sport, and would encourage all of you swimmers, find a year-round program in your area and get involved, and that will make the difference of being in the consolation or the championship.
Her winning time of 107.14.
Let's listen in here.
A senior from Scottsbluff, Taylor Counter.
So we just learned that Katie Ditter was DQ'd for a double kick.
Off each wall, you're only allowed a single dolphin kick off of the wall. So apparently one of these stroke and turn judges saw something and saw a double kick, and that cost her that race. You know, and that's really unfortunate, because I can tell you it probably didn't make the difference winning or losing, but disappointing for the Ralston Gross
So that
swimmer.
is Taylor Counter, who is about as stunned as anyone that she just won gold. And Katie Ditter walks away heartbroken and very tearful as she walks down the deck of the pool in somewhat disbelief. So a look then at the updated results. So Taylor Counter is your gold medalist. Jordan Linhart finishes second. Illig, Yan Zhang finishing fourth. Sophia Nelson, and DQ'd was Katie Ditter for a double kick off the wall.
Yeah, and Larry, I apologize, you know, interviewing Katie and expecting her to be the champion. I apologize for that error, but it happens, and you got next year. We look forward to seeing you then.
So now to the boys 100 breast final. Dakota Susie in third, Isaac Springer in the fourth lane. Hansen is in 5, Neil Germis in 6, Ross Goldenstein 7, and Clarence Landon in 8 in the boys 100 breast.
Again, Larry, all of these swimmers went under a minute to get into this final. I'd love to see them all stay under a minute. And let's go even faster.
Took a while to get the crowd quiet there after the still stunned murmurs from the crowd of the ruling.
David Anderson's our meet record holder and Marion coach. It's nice to see him on deck there. Stephen taking command right from the beginning.
So Stephen Hansen in lane 5 from Creighton Prep with the lead. He finished second last year.
Stephen's out real fast. Remember, Stephen was on that Creighton Prep 200 free relay that won here not too long ago, and coming back quickly for this 100 breast win.
So well out in front is Hansen. He led the field by nearly a second yesterday in the prelims and is showing why today. Well out in front is Hansen from Creighton Prep, and Hansen
Goldenstein coming in hard at the finish. That was Ross Goldenstein out in lane 7 to get that second place finish. Great to the wall for Ross Goldenstein, Lincoln Southeast.
So what a finish. Stephen Hansen wins it from Prep.
Got a good shot of Hansen coming into the wall, body moving forward. Perfect finish, but look at that Ross Goldenstein finish there. That last 12 and a half, he came from nowhere.
Goldenstein finishing second. Germis from Millard South in third. And Susie from Hastings, Dakota Susie, in fourth. So Creighton Prep adds to its lead with that first place finish and 16 points that they win for the individual win. Of course, team relays worth 32 for first, individuals 16. So now we go to our final event of the day. It is the girls 400-yard free. We'll have the girls consolation and championship and the boys consolation and championship. So let's start. Grand Island in lane 3, Millard North in 4, East in 5, Scotts Bluff, Lincoln Southeast, and Papillion La Vista.
This meet has gone by fast. We're down to the final races. The team races, I'm sure, are very close. I'm looking forward to that next heat, Westside and Marion. It could very well be down to that relay to decide who gets second.
So ready here in the consolation final, 400-yard free. Out front early in lane 5.
Greg Fleming at East, he likes to front load the relay with the fastest swimmers. He believes by getting that early lead, you get clean open water and it makes the exchanges that much easier. You'll see that as the swimmers come into the wall, not so much on the first leg, but as we progress, the swimmers will be diving into the water, and that causes huge disruption for those swimmers trying to get into the wall.
Less than 3/10 of a second separate the first 4 after that first 50. So now coming in to hand off to the second leg here in this 400 free. Well out in front in lane 8, Papillion La Vista. Scotts Bluff in second, Lincoln East in third. That Papillion La Vista team of Lindsay Phelps, Michaela Robbins, Haley Brooks, Ruth Roberts, Abby Dillman, Emma Tuthill, and Ellen Muldoon. And now in the middle of the pool, lanes 5 and 6, Lincoln East, Scotts Bluff.
Well, and here's where we can see that difference in the field. You've got East with a slight lead over lane 6, but coming into the wall, these East swimmers are going to be diving in, and the Scotts Bluff swimmers diving in. That causes huge disruption, that it's tough for those swimmers to come into the wall then and get the finish.
So Lincoln East in lane 5, Scotts Bluff in lane 6. Scotts Bluff led it after 2 legs.
Here we're starting to see who has a little bit more depth. Both Scotts Bluff and East are looking good to this point. It's head to head.
One, 2, Lincoln East on top.
Southeast is trying to edge themselves into this race.
In lane 7 is Southeast, slowly creeping back in.
Millard North just trying to get close enough to East to really minimize those swimmers coming into the water and causing the wave.
So now we'll hand it off to the final leg of the 400-yard free relay. This the consolation final.
Hey, that's Southeast and East going head to head, 2 lanes apart. East looked like it's extending the lead and taking command of this race with 50 yards to go.
And East in the lead. Not far behind is Southeast.
Look at Millard North moving themselves right into that second place.
Final 25. Lincoln East still out in front. Millard North.
I don't think they can catch him, but Millard North is doing a great job to put themselves into second place.
So Lincoln East will touch first and win the consolation final, followed by Millard North, Lincoln Southeast, and Scotts Bluff.
That was a fun consolation final. At the finish, you've got Lincoln East doing a great job keeping that first place finish and just edging out. Millard North did a nice job that last 12.5.
Let's go back down poolside with Ray and another state champ, Stephen Hansen from Creighton Prep.
Stephen, congratulations on your championship swim in the 100 breaststroke. You really took it out fast and maintained 57.69. How'd that feel?
Well, the first 50 was pretty easy, but after 2 days of hard swimming, that last 50 really hurt.
Well, you looked real strong and you looked real long. Now, we just interviewed the young lady, Katie Ditter, who got disqualified for a double kick on a turn. How tough is that? Does that go through your mind?
Not really. I try to think more positive when I'm up there right before and while I'm swimming. It just kind of is, I don't even really think about anything while I'm swimming. I just go in there and do it.
Now your turns with one arm stroke, one leg kick. There has to be a sense of timing. After you take that arm stroke, how long do you glide before you put the kick in?
It's just about 1/1000, but for me, it's more a timing thing. Like once you start slowing down, you need to make sure you get up on the water and start swimming right away.
Well, last year, second place. This year, our champion in the 100-yard breaststroke. From Creighton Prep, congratulations, Stephen Hansen.
Thank you.
So congratulations, young man, and congratulations to Creighton Prep, which continues to pile up the points here late in this state swimming and diving meet.
Boy, that was just a great breaststroke event. All 6 of these guys going sub-minute. Ross Goldenstein, you know, I think it was last year, Ross had mono and wasn't at his highest performance at this meet. He swam, was in the final, but it's nice to see him come back and have a great state meet, get a second place finish right there.
So there's your champ from Omaha Creighton Prep. Stephen Hansen finished second last year, state champ in 2011.
State champ on that medley relay, was the breaststroker, and was also on that 200 free relay state championship team. So nice day.
So there's Hansen, a time of 57.69. Goldenstein 58.60. Dermis in third, Dakota Susie fourth, Isaac Springer fifth, and Landon in sixth. So now to the girls, here's the final in the 400 free relay. Ralston, Omaha Gross in 3, Southwest is in lane 4. West Side in lane 5, Millard West in 6, Marion in 7, and Scott Mount Michael in lane 8.
Hey Larry, it's down to this relay to decide who gets second place. Millard West, no question, they've got the meet sewn up. Second place, there's 7 points between Marion and West Side. West Side right now is our top seed. Marion seated 4th. This race will decide who gets second.
Millard West, Aaron Olchen in first.
Here again, the strategy has shifted a little bit. He's front-loading this relay. He's got Olchen up front.
Olchen will hand it off to Emma O'Connell. Millard West, the 3-time defending champion in this event. The record set back in 2004 of 3:28.8.
That's a record I guarantee you that Tracy would love to get. And he's got 4 girls that could get it done. They've got to be out real fast. I'd look for Erin Olchen. If she can be out in 53 low, we might be on pace for a record. Remember, he did save his best swimmer for that anchor leg, Ellie McGinn, just like he did on the 200 free relay.
So let's see what Olchen touches at.
I think we're off. I don't think we're going to see a meet record in this, but it's still going to be pride to see if they can take the win. West Side, they're fighting for that second place team finish.
A tight race in lanes 5 and 6, West Side and Millard West. You can see Emma O'Connell beginning to open it up just a bit.
Emma's a veteran in these situations. She's just cranking it out, extending that lead in the back 50. She wants to make it easy for her team.
Omaha West Side, the only challenger right now to Millard West.
Look at that turbulence Marion's got coming into the wall. Karen Illig, that third leg, she's just looking strong.
Illig, the senior for the Wildcats.
Nice recovery on the Wildcats.
Thank you,
there.
appreciate that, yeah, made a point.
Hey, West Side's looking good. They've got a solid second place, and I think that difference there, Millard West lead, it's going to play a role in the relay exchanges. Marion's going to get a lot of turbulence as their swimmers enter the water. That could play a factor. They're currently in 5th place.
Well out in front, Millard West. And now handing it off to the final leg for Millard West. That'll be Ellie McGinn, who has had a terrific meet so far.
No question, Ellie McGinn has this sewn up. The big story here is West Side currently in 2nd. Watch lane 7, Omaha Marion. They just need to be 1 place behind to lock 2nd place in that team race. And they are doing that right now.
They are in 3rd, West Side is in 2nd.
Marion's on the move. They're going after West Side straight up.
So well out in front is Millard West, and Ellie McGinn will bring home the gold. But that race for 2nd is also a race for 2nd in the team title.
Millard West. Look at this finish for 2nd.
So Millard West touches first, now to 2nd. Marion pulling away. Marion is going to touch first.
Gotta believe
Marion
that's Christie at the finish. Unbelievable race there.
Christie Kunkel. And there's McGinn, who was outstanding.
Well, that final relay is where our team finish was. If you look at it, Millard West out in front, not even close. That's the way the team race was. And a real tight race then for 2nd. Marion pulling out that 2nd place finish just ahead of West Side.
And in 3rd was West Side 4th, Ralston Gross.
Look at that, Christie Kunkel swimming a great anchor leg after swimming a 200, a 500, and then finishing it off for her team for that 2nd place finish.
So now our last event of the day, 24 events, this the 24th. It's the consolation final of the boys 400-yard free. Scotts Bluff in lane 3, Southeast is in 4. East in lane 5, Elkhorn South is in 6. The Wildcats are in lane 7, and the Knights of Southwest, I'm sorry, that's Southeast. Southwest is in lane 8.
The Silverhawks
of Southwest. So the consolation final here on the boys' side.
Nice to have it quiet for the start. One false start, you're out of the race. So real important to get off the blocks quickly, but not too quick. I think we're going to have a great race in this consolation final, and I think the lead change can happen each leg of the race. Scotts Bluff, coached by Mike Hayhurst, they're taking that early lead, wanting to get the clean water on the outside.
That Scotts Bluff team in the lead, the team of Jared Kerr, Jonathan Weeby, Ryan Meister, Kyle Herdig, Austin Grosskopf, and Daniel Harshberger in the lead. Not far behind in lane 6, Elkhorn South, and in lane 4, it's Southeast.
Southeast had a great exchange there that moved him into 2nd place. I think that's Applegate, who was our consolation winner earlier.
Still out in front in lane 3 is Scotts Bluff. And now in lane 4, here comes Southeast.
Anybody's race at this point between 2, 3, and 5.
Scotts Bluff held on to that slight lead. Southeast is second, Lincoln East fourth, Elkhorn in third.
Excuse me, 3, 4, and 6. It's anybody's race, but it looks like Millard West trying to take command on that third leg. I really think the team that has the edge going into the anchor, it really gives you kind of a vote of confidence if you're swimming that anchor leg, if you've got an edge there. Southeast making a nice move in lane 4, though.
So getting ready to hand off to the final leg here.
Great race for first, great race for second. No question, it's Southeast and Millard West. Lincoln East doing a nice job sliding into third.
Well, the consolation final coming down to Southeast and West. In lane 4, Lincoln Southeast. In lane 6, that's Elkhorn South.
I thought Millard West had a nice turn right there, got back on top of the water quickly, but Southeast between the walls, and here comes East.
So at the touch, finishing first, Lincoln East.
Where'd they come from?
Wow. Southeast in second, Elkhorn third, Millard West fourth, Scotts Bluff fifth.
That was like our 100 backstroke race, the final 12 and a half. East put themselves right there. Look at this finish. Looks like Southeast coming into the wall about 5 yards at this point, and there's East extending into the finish. You know, Larry, we had a lot of races today that came right down to how the finish went. Southeast was a little bit short on the wall at the finish. East hit that finish perfectly to win.
4 1/100ths of a second faster over Lincoln Southeast was Lincoln East. So Spartans win the consolation final. And now we have more champs, and guess what? Millard West again. Ray's with them.
Absolutely, Millard West won the first event. They're going to close off with a victory in the last event. Our champions in the 400 free relay, Aaron Olgen, we had Emma O'Connell, Karen Illig, and Liz McGinn. Congratulations, ladies. What a great job. Now, of course, Aaron, you're the sophomore.
Yeah.
You got 3 seniors.
Yeah.
How tough is that?
It's just really cool to swim with them. It's really cool.
Emma, leading off, or not leading off, but taking off second, you have to be concerned about Aaron's finish and the start. How important and how much time do you work?
We work on it a lot in practice. The whole week leading up to state, we do a lot working like the finishes and the relay starts. So,
Karen, now this is a lot of swims for all you young ladies. How tired are you?
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Are you going to have enough energy to throw Tom in the water?
No.
I mean, Tracy Stauffer. Yeah, Tracy, we're going to take it down.
Of course.
And of course, Ellie, what a great finish for you. I mean, to anchor that relay, outstanding time by all of you. 52 loads for second, third, and fourth leg. Tell me what's going through your mind.
I can't believe it's all over, and like our high school season is done, and there's no one I'd rather be on this relay with, so I'm happy.
Well, our champions right here, it's Millard West 400 free relay team. Congratulations, ladies.
So congratulations to Millard West, wins it again and wraps up the girls state championship as well, make it 4 consecutive state championships. for Coach Stauffer and the Wildcats. As the girls make their way to the top of the podium. And
well, I tell you, we've had great team races here. It's been fun to watch Millard West. No question, they have dominated this meet from start to finish, but a great team race then for second and third.
Tracy Stauffer putting those medals on his state champs.
Yeah, it's got to be rewarding for Tracy. You know, at this point, I think we could use the word dynasty. That these girls, the seniors, they've won every year. They don't know anything other than a state title, so that becomes the expectation. And that really is the definition of dynasty, is when you're expected to win.
So let's take a look at the results then in the 400 free relay. Millard West wins it, a time of 3:30.95. Marion was second. A big win by Marion, outlasting West Side, Ralston, Omaha Gross, Scott Mount Michael, and Southwest rounding out the top 6. Final race of the day, of the afternoon. The boys 400 free, West Side in lane 3, Columbus in 4. Prep in lane 5, looking for a state record in this event. Millard South in 6, Napoleon La Vista in 7, and Millard North in lane 8.
You know, Larry, I'm anxious to see how Prep finishes this meet. I thought they lost a little bit of focus in the back half of this meet. They gave up some points in there. Let's see how they finish that 400 free relay. This relay, I think, has the talent, the ability to set a state record. But let's see how they do coming up. Caleb Sherman will be your lead swimmer. And again, this can count for 100 freestyle.
So Caleb Sherman in the water first for Prep in lane 5. State record set in 09, 3:05.93. We'll keep an eye on that.
Columbus is saving Ryan Nix for later in the race, probably their anchor swimmer. So it's Caleb Sherman all the way. Out a little slow at the 50.
But a good lead by Sherman. Millard South in lane 6, Papillion La Vista in 7, right there along with West Side up at the top. And now in for Creighton Prep is Pat Malitti. Malitti, another senior, 3 seniors and a junior on this relay for Creighton Prep.
Well, and I'm sure Malitti would like to come back off of that 200 free earlier in the meet and have a good leg right here. Creighton Prep is having a good relay going right here, but I got to tell you, a 3:05.49 state record, that's a tough record to beat.
Well out in front. Gavin Hager now in, the other senior for Prep.
We're looking good right now after that second leg, 1:32.41 at the 200.
Millard South in lane 6 is in second, but well back. And there's that Prep crowd looking for a record.
They've got a nice anchor going, Will Rayner. Let's see if he can come off of that backstroke here not too long ago to anchor this relay.
So now pushing it and being cheered on by this crowd here at the Devaney Sports Center. And Hager will hand off to the final leg, Will Rayner. Rayner in the water.
I don't think we're going to see a meet record in this event, but this is going to be a team scoring record.
So Creighton Prep poised to gain 32 points here in this final relay and set a scoring record at the state meet. Trying to push and go after that 3:05.49.
I don't think we'll be at that mark. Good race going right now for second. Papillion La Vista in lane 7. Millard South is in lane 6.
So Prep will touch in a time of 3:06.67, so off of the state record, but Prep wins it. And now touching in second is Millard South, Columbus in third, Papillion La Vista in fourth.
Ryan Mix swimming a nice anchor for Columbus to get him that third place finish.
So Creighton Prep runs away with the race and runs away with the meet.
What a great way to finish this meet. I thought Creighton Prep did a nice job. I'm anxious to see their point total. I think we'll still have a team scoring record, but maybe Tom left himself a little bit of room to break that record again down the road.
Well, beginning next weekend exclusively on NET television, it's the 2011 NSAA Girls and Boys State Basketball Tournaments. Live from the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln, all the action brought to you in beautiful high definition. The girls' finals are next Saturday, March 5th. The boys' finals 1 week later, March 12th. So be sure to join us, and remember, you can only watch this year's NSAA high school basketball tournaments right here exclusively on NET television, because we are Nebraska's home for sports. Busy several weeks of state high school championships that NET is bringing your way. Wrestling championships last weekend, boys state bowling championships tomorrow, swimming today, girls basketball, boys basketball. The crew at NET doing a phenomenal job over the next 2 or 3 weeks to bring you terrific state high school action all across the state of Nebraska.
You know, we're awfully lucky, Larry, to have live television. There's one of our camera guys there doing a great job giving us coverage. Boy, that guy, I hope you didn't get wet during this broadcast. Good thing you're wearing shorts. But we are so lucky to have the live coverage that we have of all of our state tournaments, state swimming, basketball, wrestling. You know, and I don't think we realize how lucky we are, and that comes from your support.
This crew last night was up in Omaha doing the UNO hockey game as well, so they got back here late last night into Lincoln, came straight here, set up the truck, pulled the cables, probably left here at 3 o'clock in the morning, got back here at about 5:30 in the morning to bring you this state swimming and diving action. So it's really been a terrific job by the NET production crew to help bring you these state championships.
Well, that explains why Jim Carmichael didn't make us breakfast today. He was probably busy moving that truck.
I thought you were going to say that explains why he was grouchy, but I... Let's go down on the deck with Ray Huppert. Ray.
Well, again, let's end the meet like we started it. Our champions from Creighton Prep. What a great team meet. But before we talk about that, what a great 400 free relay with a time of 3:06.67. Caleb Sherman, Patrick Melitti, Gavin Hager, and William Rayner. Caleb, 2 days, all this swimming, how do you feel?
Oh, I'm just glad it's over.
Oh, I know. How'd you guys feel on that relay?
Oh, we were pumped up for that. We got the fans going and everything, and got all our swimmers going too. It was great.
Now, Patrick, you've been up here quite a bit today, going second off Caleb. Tell me about the start.
Well, I think my relay exchange was a little bit better on this relay, and overall, we just really wanted to make our last relay a good one for us seniors.
Hey, Gavin, tell me, when you're so far out in front and other people are diving in or making turns, does that bother you coming off your walls?
Not at all. We train every day to be out in this open water, go hard, all in. That's how it is.
You know, William, you're the only junior on this group. You're going to have to hold up the tradition next year. What do you think of these guys?
These guys are great. Last year we went faster, but I've never had as much fun as I just did right there. That's my highlight of my swimming career, most fun I've ever had at a race.
Well, that's great to hear. Now, you guys, do you have enough energy to throw Tom Beck in the water?
I think so, yeah.
No doubt.
All right, congratulations to our champions. In the 400 free relay, it's Creighton Prep.
Well, congratulations to Creighton Prep, not only for winning that event, but winning the state championship as well. Let's first go to the podium and the medal stand and present the championship.
Larry, I kind of liked Will's animated look he gave to the camera there when Ray introduced him. He likes that TV stuff in the interviews.
That's right.
He's getting used to being in front of that camera.
Will Rayner, just a junior, was in there with 3 other seniors.
There he is, the animated one. We need a look like that from Tom Beck as coach. Maybe you could teach him how to show that kind of expression. Tom just kind of looks the same throughout the meet. He's pretty even keel. That engineering mind of his, he just crunches the numbers and he knows how they're going to come out. He's not surprised at all.
That's right. So making their way to the medal stand for one final time, and I guess not one final time. They'll still be up there one more time, won't they, after this?
Yeah, yeah, get the big trophy.
Yep, that's right. One more time in the individual race.
Wonder if they have to get a new trophy case up there at Creighton Prep every couple of years.
So there's Tom Beck in yellow t-shirt getting ready to hand out the medals. 400 free relay champs, Creighton Prep once again, well out in front of the rest of the field.
Nice job, boys. Look at the 5.
So let's take a look at the results then. The 400 free final, Prep winning it. Millard South second, Columbus third, Papillion La Vista in fourth, West Side fifth, and Millard North in sixth. So that's a look at the 400 free final. When we come back, we're gonna hand out the team awards. We'll introduce the state champs and see if somebody gets thrown in the pool. My bets are they do. We'll be back.
National studies show that students who participate in activities like music, sports, and drama not only have better grades and attendance, but they develop the character to handle adversity, the grace to accept defeat, and the self-confidence to start over. Take part. Get set for life.
I just wanna be okay, be okay, be okay. I just wanna be okay today. I just wanna be okay, be okay, be okay. I just wanna be okay today. I just wanna feel today, feel today, feel today. I just wanna feel something today. I just wanna be okay, be okay, be okay. I just wanna be okay today.
Follow daily updates, Twitter/NET Nebraska.
Sunday morning at 8 Central Time on NET1.
Sports programming on NET is made possible by a gift from Harold and Marion Anderson, recognizing the importance of high school and college athletics in Nebraska.
NET Sports coverage of the 2011 NSAA State Swimming and Diving Championship Finals is brought to you in part by the Education Quest Foundation, improving access to college through scholarships, grants, and college planning services. And by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska, one less thing to worry about. Welcome back to Lincoln, Nebraska, the Devaney Sports Center pool, where the 2011 State Swimming and Diving Championships are now in the books. And the trophies being presented for the runner-up and championship now on the girls' side. And you see Omaha Marion making their way out thanks to a terrific finish in that final relay by Marion.
The final relay, and really this the finals period. Marion moved up where they could, got the extra points, and that's what made the difference between that second place team finish and third.
And so there, Marion on the podium, finishing second in the state. And now the introduction of the now four-time consecutive state champion, Millard West from Tracy Stauffer. Tracy will head now to the podium. He's already changed into his shorts. That's not fair.
He knows the routine. I just hope he knows how to swim. Look at the four.
That's right, 4 in a row.
His seniors have been a part of each and every state championship that Millard West has won. What an honor for these seniors. They saw it at the beginning, and they're enjoying it now.
So congratulations to Millard West, winning their 4th consecutive state championship. The trophy being presented by the NSAA.
These are memories they remember the rest of their life, holding that team trophy up in the air.
And once again, just a dominant performance throughout these state championships. Talking with Tracy Stauffer, he said the one thing that he's learned is the most important performance you have of the year is the first day of the state tournament, and they performed well. Let's go down to Ray.
You know, guys, this never gets old for me. What a wonderful meet this was. And, of course, my compliments to Jim Carmichael and his staff for bringing this year after year. And I don't know how he is convinced that Matt Ryan and I should continue to do it, but we absolutely love it. I'll tell you what, that I noticed, guys. Yes, Omaha or Millard West dominated the meet. But when you look down, swimmers from Lincoln Pius, Omaha Duchesne, swimmers from Ralston. These young ladies are competing all the way down, not just in the Omaha and Lincoln schools, but it's all over. And you know the depth is getting stronger and stronger, Matt. We used to see kids just walk away from races. But think of the races that we had that were won by 1/100th of a second, 2/100ths of a second. My hat's off to all the coaches and these young ladies. What great swimming we had today, and so excited to be able to bring it to everybody out there.
Thanks very much, Ray. Well put. And there are your champs in the pool with their coach. And here are the final standings, dominated by Millard West. 240 total for the Wildcats. Omaha Marion, on the strength of that second place finish on that last relay and some terrific swimming all day long, finish with a total of 145. West Side at 139, 112 for Duchesne. Ralston Gross finishing 5th. And there are your state champs on the guys' side.
That's
the runner-up. Runner-up. Yep, thank you. I didn't see blue there. I thought, wait a minute. So there's your runner-up, Millard South.
What a nice surprise, in large part by their backstroker.
Right.
Great finish for them to put them in that second place position.
Well, Millard South finishing second, and now Tom Beck will walk toward the podium with his Creighton Prep guys.
Tom, take the wallet out of your shorts there, buddy.
And this would be the 5th now consecutive state championship for Tom Beck and Creighton Prep.
You know, and I like Tom's demeanor. He's very businesslike. He doesn't get too excited. He doesn't get too down. He keeps the boys on a nice, even keel. And I got to tell you, there's no question Tom is one of the best coaches in the nation. That there's colleges out there that would be very lucky to have him, but we're extremely lucky to keep him in Nebraska at Creighton Prep and in the club teams.
Well, there's that very large Creighton Prep squad. Standing on the podium, they are the state champs for the 5th consecutive year. And there is the point total, 411, a new state record, just eclipsing last year's total of 404.
Well, and I think Tom maybe left himself some breathing room for the future. Maybe he wanted to continue this reign. Why be too good this year? What an honor for these boys. See the parents and their support. You know, a lot of people don't realize the early mornings that these parents are taking the boys to practice and the girls to practice. And hats off to you, moms and dads, for your support.
A couple guys hanging around making sure the coach is going to get in.
There he goes.
So he was a swimmer, not a diver.
Hey, Tom was a pretty good breaststroker in his day. The assistant coach is putting up a fight.
Take my glasses.
I don't know what kind of DD that was, but the entry wasn't good at all. Last but not least.
There it is. So there are your state champs on the boys' side. Junior Jays of Creighton Prep. Final team standings, you see Prep dominating 411, a new state record for point total. Millard South in second with 110. Lincoln East, always a perennial contender on the top of those standings with 97, and a tie with Papillion La Vista for third. Lincoln Southeast finishing in 5th. So another successful state championship. Millard West girls win their 4th. Prep guys win their 5th, but we started to see the far reaches of high school swimming and some of the quality in some of the other programs today as well. Well, congratulations to all of the athletes competing in this year's State Swimming and Diving Championships. And now for Matt Rye, Ray Huppert, and the entire NET Sports production team, I'm Larry Putney. Goodbye from the Bob Devaney Sports Center in Lincoln.